Good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I would like to review a few safety procedures. In the event of an emergency requiring evacuation, please remain calm and follow the instructions of public safety personnel. The nearest exit are located at the front and the rear of the council chambers, which is here, and there, as well as along the sides of the building. Once outside, proceed to the designated assembly area in the parking lot adjacent to City Hall. If we need to shelter in place, please remain in the room and follow directions from law enforcement officers or city staff. Emergency responders will provide additional instructions as needed. If you observe any safety concern or require assistance during the meeting, please notify a police officer or city staff member immediately. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. We will now proceed with the meeting.
Hey, everybody, our wonderful mayor is on the way. If y'all just give us 3 more minutes, we're gonna go ahead and start, okay? All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City Council work session meeting. Y'all took the date off for me. What's the day? August 3rd, call to order at 6:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, if you would please do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Sauter,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller. Present. Councilmember Messick. Present. Councilmember Alfred Dixon.
Present.
Councilmember Kearney.
Present.
Councilmember Cameron Dixon.
Here.
And Councilmember Fox.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Council, there's an agenda before us. Is there any additions, subtractions, deletions from the agenda as posted? As posted?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, we would like to add the swearing in under the ethics nomination that is under new business, item B.
Appointment.
The nomination, appointment, and swearing in.
Okay.
I got two things, Mayor.
Uh-huh.
Old business, update on the RFP, for, employee climate survey, quick update. And, let me know when you're ready for the next one.
Wait, Mayor,
Yes.
I'm just trying to make sure, and Attorney Wiley, maybe you can confirm this. Can we do a swearing in on the day that we're voting her into? Okay, gotcha. All right, I just want to make sure.
I think that was just an oversight on us as far as the wording. So I have item T under old business update on climate.
Yes,
survey.
ma'am. And then the next item, discussion about the personnel policy overhaul.
Okay, that would be QTR. I mean, QST. That's what I thought about. That would be under, I think we would put that up under old business, QRSTU. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. It's
New
over.
business?
Well, actually, it's new business because we never discussed it.
So we discussed it back on July sixth, so it
The,
was
the entire personnel policy?
majority of it.
Okay, got
yes.
you. Okay, okay. Thank you.
All right. TU. Anything else from this side? All right, over here. Councilman Dixon?
No, that's fine. Just for clarity, that's item F for the personnel policy.
Should be F for the climate survey.
So everything, yeah, I'm sorry, I was skipping my pages. So that'll be, let me do it again for you. So item F will be our climate survey update. Madam Clerk, I'm giving you a chance. Yeah. Item G will be our personnel policy update. Did you get one more? I think those, it was just those two. Oh, and then also add swearing into item B under new business. So council, I will entertain a motion to accept the agenda with said changes to include item F up under old business climate survey update, item G under old business personnel policy update, and edit to item B under new business to include swearing in of new members to the ethics board. Contingent
made.
upon.
So made.
Any discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much, council. Well, there are no mayor presentations or presentations in general, so we would move to public comment. Mayor and council will now hear public comments. Oh, I thought it was right. Given 3 minutes maximum time to speak before the mayor and council. Comments must be limited to matters on the agenda or over matters which the governing body has jurisdiction. Speakers must maintain decorous demeanor and refrain from personal attacks upon the mayor and council. Please state your name, your address, and speak clearly into the microphone. James Henderson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. James Henderson, 117 Waterson Street, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236.
Mr. Henderson, pull the mic.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. Again, James Henderson, 117 Waterson Street, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236.
Mr. Henderson.
All right. I was coming back to talk again about the potential Jonesboro Day we talked about having a couple of months ago. I wanted to talk about, again, I explained that before we got renovated and turned into the city that we are now, we still had a lot of love and a lot of meetings. Once a year, we'd all meet together, classmates, neighborhood, everybody would come together and meet and come celebrate. And we did that throughout the city and different cities. We've always done it down at Arnold Park, and we've outgrown that over the years. So we haven't had it in a few years. Ultimately, that's a baseball field, and all we do is sit out there in the outfield. And we've grown. We need to grow from that. So again, I've been contacted the mayor a few times with some ideas, and she gave me some instructions on what to do further. I was supposed to be contacted from the city manager and the chief. I did not get that. I did not receive those calls, but on how to go further with some of my ideas and some of our thoughts. But we do have a small crew. Our initial thoughts were to have something on August 22nd. What we wanted to do again is just to come over and no grills, none of that on the field, just to have tents and people celebrate and come out from other areas just to come and celebrate and come visit, almost like a class reunion, or just coming to see people and celebrating a good time out in the city of Jonesboro. You'd be surprised how many people that aren't even from here that absolutely love this place and went to school here and have moved on. It's just good to come back and reacquaint. And I have copies of those emails if anybody would like to see them as well.
That'd be great.
Okay. I think that's 6.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
So again, I'd also like to say that what Forest Park has done, I don't want to copy any city because I think we're a great city by ourselves, but I like what they've done as far as using what the Forest Park Day was. They've incorporated into their city, and got into the council and made it a bigger thing. I mean, they have artists, they have the stage, they have a lot of different things going on. So, I mean, I would love for us to grow and to do something like that for a 2020, 2026 type thing, or 2027 type thing. Yeah, 27. But at the same time, I did not want to just close the door on 2026. I still wanted to try and have something. People have gotten excited of the fact that we're
Time.
talking about it. Okay.
And let me just follow up on two things to that. Do you have that letter that you brought for me? If not, council, I will share it with you all. But we have been committed to something small on a smaller scale this year. And is September the month that you all typically want to have this, even if you were to have something in 2027? And I'm asking that for budgeting purposes and as we plan our calendar ahead of time. Is that just the
It's
month?
always been, we've always done it in
August.
August.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Before
August.
Labor Day.
Okay, the weekend before Labor Day.
Yes.
And is that the weekend you're still aiming for?
Before, yes.
Okay. Okay. We will definitely make something happen before then. Is it Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
And was there any street closures?
We talked about that just, in general, but again, that's not necessary. That's not necessary. I will say in the previous years, we have a neighborhood, somebody that grew up in our neighborhood, Clayton County police officer. We like having that presence there. You have younger people that come out. Not saying that they're not, not all gonna have a good time, but just having a police presence keeps all that out the way. Everybody has a good time and just socializing and getting to see each other, haven't seen each other, reuniting.
And the only other not constraint, well, kind of constraint, I suggested that we typically do not grill on Lee Street Park, the larger amphitheater. And so that's why they entertain some other areas around so that we're not having to deal with that. It's not a policy, but in the past, I think it just becomes problematic. We had we had a fire, but it wasn't from a barbecue. It was from a candlelight.
We
So,
talked about grilling on the pavilion, on the front of the pavilion.
yeah, or even blocking the streets and allowing people to grill on the street, similar to what we do for Juneteenth. Okay, Ms. Anderson, I will follow up or have city manager follow up with him tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Any questions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem did.
Well, the question was before I got this. I think I tried to skim it quickly. You said you outgrew Arnold Park, but I see here you're saying to expand to Lee Street. But this year, since it's quickly approaching, you were thinking about the library area?
We wanted to go up there. Yes, we wanted to have the library area, but again, I don't know if that area would be available to us. So what we were going to do is reduce the grills, have maybe a few grills on the pavilion side, and that way we feed people from that. Okay, kind of like a food truck, acting like more of a food truck, giving away food and to the people that come up in that kind of way.
So still Lee Street Park.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions, council?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Charlie Stocks.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Charles Stocks, address is 395 9th Avenue, 58th floor, New York, 10014.
A long way from home.
Sorry.
So you're a long way from home.
Just got off a flight and came straight here. I'm the head of construction and development for WP Carey. We're the owners of 7600 Jonesboro Road. And I wanted to just take the opportunity to briefly introduce myself. Our team had a meeting last week with Blue and David and discussed our application for annexation, rezoning, and conditional use permit. And they suggested it may be helpful to add a little bit of context around our ownership history, as well as future plans for the site. So our firm is a long-term real estate investor. Like I said, we're based in New York, but we have a strong presence in Atlanta. We've owned the site since 2002. It was an acquisition of a portfolio of industrial buildings occupied by True Value. Some of you may know the property. And it was a long-term lease with True Value through 2036. Unfortunately, True Value filed for bankruptcy in 2024, and Do It Best Hardware assumed the lease. They're in the building through early 2028. And we know that they're going to be vacating at the end of their lease term. And so I wanted to just provide a little bit of context around our future plans for the property. We would intend to reinvest in the asset. Generally, we don't sell our real estate when it comes vacant. And as you know, this is an old, dated, tired industrial facility. Our plans would be to redevelop the property and build a modern Class A facility that would create new jobs and spur economic growth within the city. Unfortunately, the only way that we're able to do that is with the annexation due to the business corridor overlay in Clayton County. And I understand this isn't the time to present all the details, but I wanted to just add that context and say that we look forward to giving a more detailed presentation next Monday night. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Martigues Yancey. Mr. Yancey, sorry.
Hello, my name is Martigues Yancey. My address is 7629 Garnett Drive, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236. And I'm here today because I have a youth sports program here in Jonesboro. And we're looking for a steady home for our program. We've been around 11 years now, and we're independent. So we have to rely on the schools in the county to allow us to practice. Right now, we're practicing at Independence Park, but we would like to be over at Key Street Park to have our own space. So we would love to build up the city of Jonesboro through sports and other activities that we offer for the program. So that's my biggest point of being here today, to try to have the city of Jonesboro to build up in the youth, especially Keystone. Those apartments over there, it's a lot of kids over there that don't have anything to do. So I believe if we could build up over there, we can have those kids to, have a safe environment to play and enjoy themselves as a young community.
Thank you so much. Mr. Yancey, what is the name of the league, please?
We're called Clayton Trojans.
Clayton Trojans, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
That's it.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comment. Yes.
Got one more person. He just missed the deadline. Mr. Van Dyke, is he still able to sign up?
Did he sign up on anything? No. I'm just gonna put it down there for you to sign. Is there a pen out there for him? And this is just so that we'll have a record. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Van Dyke. Thank you so much.
Lance Van Dyke. I own a business on South Main Street, 251 South Main Street. And it's come to my attention that you're voting on, I guess there was wording on the original South Gateway that actually did exclude my property, but now you're looking to put it in. I've been able to get not only permission, but the blessing of two other property owners that are between me and the end of the gateway, saying that they would like to be removed. And if the three properties were removed, it would make it so they could be zoned and used for the businesses they are presently being used for and were built for.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dyke. Thank you so much. All right, now I think that concludes our public comment. Madam Clerk, would you like to move to the agenda?
Yes.
Through
Old
the agenda.
business A, council to consider approval and adoption of 2 resolutions regarding the acceptance of the CDS grant award from Congressman David Scott, 13th Georgia House District, Jonesboro Enhancing Law Enforcement and Public Safety Project, and Jonesboro Pedestrian Improvements Project.
Mayor?
I'll just add something to the
Sorry.
end once you give the overview.
Yes, Mayor, Council, in front of you are two resolutions allowing the city to accept congressionally directed spending money from the late Congressman David Scott. They are the Enhancing Law Enforcement and Public Safety Project for a total of $1,031,000. And the second is the Jonesboro Pedestrian Improvements Project for a total of $3,028,059 on the city's behalf. This is money that has been allocated, and with your approval of these resolutions will allow the city to accept the funds.
And Council, I do want to add, so both projects are completely funded. There are a separate application process. One was through OPB, the Department of Justice, which we completed that application on Friday as required, and we're waiting for our HUD package for the $3.6 million. And once we get that, so this will just allow us to accept the funds as they come in, not to have to come before you. I gave all of you all the actual grants that will have the spending, and then there will be periodic spending updates as required by law. Any questions, Council?
Mayor,
Yes.
so you gave us you gave us copies of the grant
Yeah, last week or last council meeting, it was a binder. So both of the federal grants are in black binders like this. And so everybody should have gotten a copy, so both.
I didn't receive those. Can I get copies of those?
Would you make a point? Ms. Yvette will create one for you.
Thank you.
And then there was a whole folder with the subsequent, but the federal grants were only the ones that were in the binder. Councilman Fox?
In the future, are we able to, because I know you go out and you do an amazing job with the grants, and we really appreciate you for it. Are we able to see possibly what you're applying for? I guess you're using best, like for the OPB grant, for example, right? I don't want us to apply for something that we won't be able to undertake. So what are you using as a measuring tool to make sure that we can perform those? Because we're obligated to something to perform.
So let me just say this, the OPB grant was before I got here, and I feel like there's a way to do it. So the congressional funding, there are funding priorities that are presented every year by all of our federal legislative officials, Senator Ossoff, Senator Warnock, and Congressman Scott. So we apply within those parameters. And we try, because these are not, they're competitive fundings, but the the elected officials determine where they want this congressional spending to go. So that kind of directs the spending. Some of this is just not applicable to us. And so what I designed was project-ready grants, which means where I already have the invoices, already have the need and the documented need, because when the window opens, we have about 7 days to get it in. I think maybe a little bit short. Was it 7? Well, I don't know. It was a very short window. So what we can do now that we're kind of ahead of it, because we have 6 more coming this following year that we're hoping at the federal budget, we can talk about perhaps at the retreat. That would be good. What are some funding priorities? But again, you always want to fund projects that you know are considered high priority for that particular funding cycle. But so the one for the police department, I worked with police chief to look at those items that were needed. The one for the pedestrian, we followed the LCI recommendations. So those grants were based on studies that had given indications. So that was fairly easy. The ones that are upcoming, we based them on needs, partnerships with Habitat for Humanity and things like that. But I'm more than happy to, as I began to write them, we just like to have project ready things. Does that kind of help?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't mind taking another time or call and kind of working you all through the process. We try to stay ahead of it, but once they release them, they go so quickly, and we have to get letters of support and align with that.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you so much for advocating for us for, this grant and, others as well. I just want to make sure, though, when it comes to the expenditures of the grant funds, are those still gonna be subject to our approval as a full mayor and council? And they're gonna go through the normal budgeting procedures? Okay, cool, that's all.
Yeah, and we actually have to, in our certification process that we just went through, that was due last week, you have to say that we have a documented procurement process. So again, council, thank you all for approving that. So now when they ask, do we have one that includes SBA, minority businesses? We have one that would have prevented us from getting it in the past. So we have to follow that. And then we have to stay within what we asked. And I think for us to be all on the same page, we would need to, so Chief pretty much gave me his wish list of things that he needed that wouldn't have to be in the budget. And because we didn't have time to consult with you all, we'll come back to you guys when it's time to make purchases. But if we said $800,000 for body cams, then it has to be $800,000 for body cams. But it will follow our approved procurement process. But I do think that before these grants come out in January and February, sometimes as late as March, it would be great if we met and discussed like what are our priorities, and when they come out, I can start pulling from that list. The first year was pretty easy, and the second year was kind of easy, but we probably do need to come up with some things. Are y'all good? Any other questions? Thank y'all so much for approving that again. We will update you when the dollars hit the bank. Can this move to consent agenda? No? I have a question? No, I was gonna take it to the consent agenda. Yeah, are y'all okay to take the consent
It's
agenda?
consent for me.
I mean, it's not time pressing, so let's move it to the consent. Trying
Letter
to
B.
Remember to keep it, that we have a consent agenda.
Letter
you.
B, council to consider approval and adoption of a resolution creating the City of Jonesboro Charter Review Committee to conduct a comprehensive review of the city charter and governmental structure.
Yes, ma'am. In the agenda, you will find a summary and a proposed budget for the Charter Committee. Breaks it down into two different phases for council to review and consider. And then taking into account some of GMA's suggestions as far as timing and when we need to start the process. So the next step for council would be to identify and nominate or select the members of the Charter Committee, and then task us with starting the process.
Council, did any questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
I know some of the,
Councilwoman Messer.
thank you. I know some of the discussion we've been having with this committee, one was funding, that we needed to set a budget for this, and then we need to find out where that money's coming from and do a budget amendment. We had discussed 10,000 to start, but we hadn't finalized that yet.
If you look on page 9, city manager provided with us a budget. I think that's part of its details as we're gonna be able to get it, barring any expenses. So that is the 10,000. My recommendation is that we're able to stay with that 10,000 and come back before council if there's anything necessary beyond that particular point.
Do we know where that money's available from? Are we?
So it depends on whether depending on how quickly we get it, if it's coming for fiscal year 25, if we're gonna get it started before then, no, 26 or 27. This could be moved over from professional services and a number of other line items. So I would ask council, once it is approved, that you allow Ms. Karen to come back next week with where that amount would be. So if we're okay with the 10,000, then we can ask her to go give us some recommendations from that. I don't think it has to come from contingency. I think we got enough saving an individual line item, but it would most logically come from like a professional services line item.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Also, there was some discussion in the paperwork of getting an employee to be the secretary. Has anyone thought through that one, of who that would be and what that would look like? Because we wanted a city employee to be.
So we hadn't really thought about that, only because it just depends on when we get it started. I don't think the lift and the weight that this is going to require, I feel like it's going to be minimum. They would work with the clerk as well as the city manager, but we have not designated someone, and I would not want to designate someone until we actually approve it and get a timeline and put things in place. Are you all okay with that? I mean, I don't want to name an employee, but I mean, somebody got to do it. Somebody will.
Yeah, we can identify a staff member to provide those services.
Yeah.
Mayor.
I feel like I keep seeing. Yes, sir, Councilwoman Fox?
So based on what
sorry.
I'm seeing, I think that this is gonna be a lot, a heavy lift. The timeline, I saw your proposed timeline, so it sounds like we're trying to do this before January 15th of 2027, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If the charter committee comes back with a suggested charter change, that will have to take place in the upcoming legislative session, which starts on or about January 15th. So I use that as kind of the deadline for us to get started. You could submit it in February, but the local delegation may want us to have it at the start of the session.
So work us through that. So let's say we do make changes, we come to an agreement, we submit it. How long does the delegation take to get back with us with a response?
They would be the ones to provide that, and I think it would be based upon the speaker's calendar and when they have the calendar for the different bills, which is why we want to try to get it in at the start of the session rather than waiting until midway or whichever.
So that means that we would have to create a flyer, put it out there, solicit, hopefully some of us have some appointees, appoint, they would do the work. So we would have to create a committee, which I know that, we talked about that about a month ago. My concern is, would we have the volunteers to do this, or should council, and I know council, we got a lot on our plates and we're taking on more right now than we have to because we're just in overtime with just trying to get some things done behind the scenes. So the question is, should council take this on? Only because we're trying to have a deadline of January 15th. And I honestly don't, maybe I'm not being optimistic, but involving the public, it's taking us a minute to wrap our heads around the charter that we have. And now that we finally got a good grasp around it, asking someone who does not understand our form of government to get them trained, to, number one, to get them in, get them trained, and then I just don't see that happening by January.
So one of the recommendations that had come through discussion was having 4 council members on the charter committee. That would give 4 people that have a good understanding of the charter and how it's implemented. If you select or appoint 3 individuals that are quick studies or otherwise in the government or legal sphere, and then just put them to work. That gives us 5 months almost to do this and get it ready. And then, we've got a total of 6 meetings that we can have. And even if we do them about 2 weeks apart, you're right, it is going to be tight and there will be some heavy lifting that needs to be done. But if we want to do it, and it has to be done during the legislative session, which starts in January, because otherwise you're waiting until January of 28. And if council wishes to delay it that long, we absolutely can. But if we want to have it up, yes, ma'am.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Just
But if we
reminding
want to
myself.
have it coming up for 2027, we need to go ahead and get started now so we have enough time.
And I want to reiterate 2 things. The reason why we were pressing for this legislative season so that a change of charter could coincide with an election cycle for the mayor. I think that only kind of makes sense, so that whoever would start the term January 1st, 2028 would start and understand while running the type of government that they would be running for. I would also remind you that this agenda summary recommends 3 people from the mayor, 3 persons nominated by the city council, and 1 member of the local legislative delegation. Some of you all may not remember, but the previous council, a few members had approached the delegation during their delegation hearings where they hear about things, and they were not pleased that there was no community input. And so that's why this whole idea of a committee came up, so that it's not the legislative body changing it, but it's also input from the community. Now, what that looks like, but they're going to want a strong community engagement component where the change reflects what community members, and I say community members here, I'm assuming there'd be residents. So just some caveats to add to how we got to an idea of creating a committee. That was after speaking with them, and I don't have a problem with us bringing them back, saying what they would want, because we can give it to them, but if they don't push it, it stays right there. And so we kind of want the delegation to understand our process, support our process, trust the process that we went to, that, you know, whatever we would come through. But I just know previously when 3 other council members went, they were very displeased with the lack of community involvement and that the decision was coming from the council.
Mayor?
Yes.
So,
Councilman Kearney.
thank you. I do understand what Councilman Fox is saying, with possibly it being 4 council persons on the committee, but I understand how it's currently laid out where, you know, the mayor appoints a certain amount as well as having our delegation involved. I'm wondering if we can just call, like, instead of doing this committee, the charter review committee in the first place, if we can just have special call meetings, or I guess special call like retreats or some kind, where we just discuss it and it's still input from the public involved in those meetings. I don't know how that would work exactly, if there would be a hearing prior to, or, you know, something like that, so we can still, you know, meet that. And if anybody who, I know Councilman Dixon, Councilman Messick, if that, can y'all confirm that, you know, that's the type of pushback y'all received from the delegation when y'all did attempt to, or whenever, whomever did attempt to change the charter, that was the case. But I do echo Councilman Fox's points that it's taking us a minute to wrap our heads around this charter and identify a lot of issues. And I think that that's due to, in real time, us looking at the charter, because we're attempting to do something, pass some initiative, work on some program, or form some committee, seeing just how much work our charter needs. And even when Attorney Wiley, you know, lays out certain things that have major conflicts in real time with her data analysis, and we're literally able to see just how many conflicts our charter has. And I think that we can do a lot of this work ourselves, just in my opinion, especially with the guidance of our attorney, who honestly has a lot of the work for, you know, a certain aspect that she was, you know, originally looking into. And I know I've had some conversations with Mr. Cole where he's laid out, you know, certain things. I think you brought up that our last charter review was in some, you said some year, I'm sorry, it slipped my mind.
96.
You said what?
It was in 1996.
Yeah, and apparently he can say that explanation, but yeah, he explained it to me. But yeah, that's kind of my point of view. And if y'all have any pushback, but I would y'all like y'all to answer that question on, you know, if that is the case.
Thank you so much. City Manager, what information was that on the 1996?
So at this last GMA conference, there was a charter change work session. And one of the things that GMA brought to the front was the last time the Georgia Constitution was updated was 1983. And they said, if your charter has not been updated since 83, then it has not been updated to the latest version of the Constitution. When I went back and started reading the charter and doing research on it, the last time it had a major update was 1996, because the law books from 1996 were referred to in the footnotes, so that where it was published. So that tells me it was updated. The last major update came in 1996. With that being passed, the 1983 constitutional change, those items would have been captured in that 96 revision.
Do we have a copy of that?
We can get it.
Okay, will you pull that for us, Attorney Wiley? I think that's important to have.
It's also in Muni Code.
It's in Muni, okay, so we should be able to pull it this week. Okay. And just for the record, the people that went before delegation aren't with us, aren't on council now, so it wasn't them. No, the 3 people that actually showed up to ask for the change in front of the delegation. So nobody here was. So I just wanted to state that for the record.
Okay, so you correct, we're not one of those 3 as well.
No.
But you were on council during that time, or you were, you know, on.
I was
mayor
mayor.
council. So that's why I'm asking. So some of them were present on council during that time. So I'm just wondering.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. They were present on council, but they were not involved in the plea to the delegation. I wanted to separate that.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to understand if they know exactly or have any different recollection of if that happened or if there's something else that happened. And if so, then that's fine.
I mean, I think not to your point, we can definitely bring the delegation up and get them their suggestions, since they're the ones that have to push it forward. Were you saying something, Attorney Wiley? Yeah. We can bring the chairwoman or any members, and maybe we can bring them to our retreat as well and get some clear. I just want to get, if they want community engagement, that's fine. What do you all want? I don't want to get that far and us do the work, and they're like, it's not enough for us to make the change.
No, Mayor, that's
So-
fine. I would want them there regardless because some of them are gonna have to, you know.
Yeah, so maybe bringing them to the retreat, or I'll see if any can come to the budget meeting, because that's sooner than the retreat, and just give us a,
Mayor, no, that's fine. I was just asking because I know we have Councilman Messick and Councilman A. Dixon who were on council at the time, so I was just asking them if they could verify. Yeah, the mayor's points.
but
Yes.
they weren't there in the room. They called
Mayor.
me, so I think that's where I got the point. But we can, do y'all remember? Y'all
Yeah.
weren't there.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, you're right, calling my name, Councilwoman Messick.
thank you. So, yes, I do recall the, changes that were proposed. I think, Pro Tem Miller was on the council as well at that time. However, I think Councilman A. Dixon was present at that meeting. I was not.
Correct, because I
Okay,
presented
I'm
the
sorry.
JET
He was
program.
there. So I did hear information from that meeting, but he had firsthand insight. So if he's got anything he'd like to share.
And I apologize, I forgot you didn't come to the mic, so I think. that's
Right,
it.
right.
Yeah.
I presented the Jonesboro Youth City Government and JET program to the delegation. But yeah, I was there, and it pretty much, what the mayor said in regards to making sure that it coincides with the election, like to change the charter midway through, wouldn't be, I guess the word may be fair, to change the charter midway through, because this is what everybody ran and expected to get elected to do, right, based off the charter. So to change that midway through wouldn't be fair. So to have the charter change coincide with the election year.
No, I understand that, but to the point of making sure or the facilitation of citizens being involved, that's what my question was as well.
I think that they pushed for it. They wanted to know exactly, who was pushing for this change. Was it individual council members or was it members from the community?
Okay, so they want members of the community, they said that, like, involved.
That's what they suggested to,
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I like the idea of having a delegation come and speak to us for clarity of what they would like this process to look like. I agree with the idea that perhaps council should pick this up or be heavily involved with the lift of this because we're already having issues finding our board members, whether we nominate them or not. And especially if we're trying to lean into board members that have certain expertise. I just don't want it to stall out the process. Also, if we are even able to get the board filled and get it going, I want them to have time to make their changes or recommendations, but we want time to review them as well, right? And I don't want us to be pushed up against that and be forced to make a decision that affects not only the council and people who are going to run, but the entire community in a short, fixed, rushed amount of time. And so if council doing a heavy lift could avoid that, I'm for that. I'm also for 4 or 5 council members and maybe just a delegation member so that they're part of it as well. Or if we can maybe limit the community members to 1 or 2, if that's just what they need to see present. I like the idea of special call meetings. And so I think I'm saying all of this to say that I think we can explore other options to ensure that we get to the finish line in time, because I am worried about being able to have people commit to not only join the board or committee, but commit to the schedule of every 2 weeks. This is a lot of work. This is a heavy lift. I read the resolution. Again, my word, right? Even for me, who's been sitting on here for quite a while. And so it's just a time frame that has me concerned. And so I'm on board with council having to do a heavy lift, but if the delegation could come and explain if that would be something that they're willing to receive and what recommendations they may provide based on the uniqueness and the timeliness that we have to get this done, I'd appreciate to hear from them as well.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Fox.
so I'm with Councilwoman Kearney, definitely have special call meeting, include the public in that special call meeting and invite delegations to that special call meeting. And rather than have it so we can have it in a community room where it's more so a conversation rather than formal sitting on a dais how we are right now. I think that's the quickest way that we can objectively do this and do this efficiently and correct, and with community engagement and our legislation engagement as well.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem?
And if we are gonna go that route, I would like us to leave August, so if it doesn't have to happen this meeting, the next meeting with a concrete calendar of what that would look like for council. What these meetings will look like. We know everybody's off days. Some people, we might have to be flexible, right? Even if that includes weekends, I'm not saying, get in trouble at work, but a concrete calendar, because this is something, even if we do it, we still have to attack in a timely fashion.
Yes.
Attorney Wiley and I were just discussing the fact that we could probably put our heads together this week, have a proposal ready for you guys next week, and then either the decision to go, or we're also going to have another called meeting on the 25th. So we will have another time to discuss it in session before September hits. And by no later than September, go ahead and get the approval to go, no go. And that would include conversations with the local delegation, so we can bring them into the loop at the very beginning.
Sounds good to me. So there's no action on this item. There's no action on this item, and it'll be brought before council next week. And so this doesn't move to consent agenda. You good with that, Madam Clerk? All right, next on the agenda.
Item C, council to discuss an elected official initiative funds policy.
Mayor, council, this is a draft policy that was requested from staff. And basically, it's just a pretty plain Jane special initiative funds policy. It's going to cover the definitions, eligible uses, prohibited uses, funding allocation and availability, the request and approval process, and then procurement contracts and payments. It also has a section on ethics, conflicts of interest, and transparency, documentation requirements, reporting in public records, compliance review and remedies, and then as well as an annual review. We look forward to your feedback and information on it.
Mayor?
Councilman Fox?
Thank you. So, Mr. Cole, we discussed this last month, right? And the council in detail provided some feedback, but those feedback were not captured in these changes. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna need someone to go back and watch that meeting to capture those changes. And then Attorney Wiley, has this been given to you for review? Because I believe that was the next course of action for this. And did our finance director get to look at it? Because I believe she was out as well. I was hoping something a little bit more. One of the comments that I made was this was a first draft, and I felt like it wasn't. It is detailed, but it's not as, I don't know what the word, it's not as laid out as I would like to see this. And then the feedback, one of the feedback was, how are we going to put this in place? Is this going to be a form? Is this going to be online? Like, how are we going to facilitate that process as well? So I was hoping that this would be a little bit more developed than what it is right now, because it's literally a copy and paste from what we discussed a month ago. And I need to see some progress on this.
Council, would you like for city manager, 'cause I thought this had been reviewed and updated. My apologies.
Mayor,
Yes,
one item specifically that we had discussed was item 13 and the verbiage in that under the city manager and finance director are responsible for monitoring compliance. Requests may be denied, modified, suspended, or referred. I know we had discussed requests may be modified or referred for legal review. But city manager and finance director denying council initiatives was not, I think many agreed with that, but that's not an appropriate direction.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct, and I apologize.
Mayor,
somebody coming.
me.
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So I still want that clarity, that to Councilwoman Fox's earlier points, because that's literally what I was gonna ask. Has our finance director as well as our attorney, reviewed this and gave it their thumbs up?
So finance has reviewed it. I believe legal reviewed it. Yes, ma'am, legal has reviewed the first draft.
Okay, so did you get my email that I sent on Monday with all of the, changes that I wanted, and I did preface that email by saying, it doesn't matter. Y'all said yes. Y'all didn't get my email?
I think so.
Okay,
I-
it might
I
have
would
hit y'all
have to look and
spam or
double check.
something. Because there was about 11 points that I wanted updated, and that was some points that came out of, I don't know if it was our work session or our regular session meeting from July, but we can discuss them, but I mean, I don't know, what do y'all want to do?
Councilwoman Fox?
I don't want to, I mean, because we have a long agenda and I want to respect
Yeah.
people's time, and I feel like we've already discussed it, so I would please go back and watch the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Take all of the council members' feedback, and if we could have a finished draft ready to go by August 10th, I think that's fair.
Yes, ma'am.
To a finished draft by next Monday? Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I want to put a day. City manager, can we make sure we have a draft to me, Attorney Wiley, and directed by Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just for review and make sure that we have our input. All right. Next on the agenda. Everybody good with that one?
Good.
Next on the agenda.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
We have a city clerk deadline. So I was just trying to make certain we meet her deadline.
So normally the deadline for the regular council meeting was last Friday. But when we have work session, usually it's by Tuesday, no later than Wednesday. Yes.
Can we still put it on the agenda, and we can add the document?
Yes, we can do a placeholder.
Yeah, so the placeholder should be a very similar agenda summary. I don't think anything changes. And then just put that the supporting document will be uploaded by Friday.
Okay. So that means council would get the packet probably on Friday for a review.
Just gonna have to work overtime.
Okay. All right. Next item is letter D under old business. Council to consider approval and adoption of a resolution reconstituting the governing board of the Urban Redevelopment Agency of the City of Jonesboro as an independent board of commissioners and superseding the 2024 designation of the Downtown Development Authority membership as the URA board.
Council, there is a URA recommendation in front of you. And I do think this one does have the changes in there.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, would you like to speak to that?
I believe that there is Councilman Alfred Dixon's name is missing. There were actually 4 members from council who were added to this particular body. And if you look on page 46 of your packets, seat 4 is to be held by Councilman Alfred Dixon. And the mayor designated the chair as Danya Sauter and Santia Fox as vice chair. So that is the action that's been taken thus far, I believe, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I do recall.
And we didn't move it to the agenda, but we did receive one application in today. I apologize for the late notice. We didn't get it out until next week. So I don't know if you all want to wait until next week before we vote on any members, which we totally can. By then, we have one other person whose application we're waiting on.
Mayor?
Yes.
One, I don't think we originally received any applications, but 2, I think we did get your recommendations. I'm good to move forward with the person that I wanted, I don't know how it works because I think you appoint them, but I don't know, do we nominate who we want out of your appointments or I don't, but yeah, I'm good.
So
with
there were
where
3
we are.
seats open. This is one that I had. Councilman Dixon provided one, but I think Mayor Pro Tem had asked to see something on paper. So do you still need to see those items on paper? So this is what this is. Yes, please.
So I guess my reasoning for wanting to see the items on paper, one, yes, so I can get a better understanding of who we're voting for, but I I wanted to be able to pick between if you all had, you know what I mean? If maybe you had two people or you had, but if all of your people fit the bill, then I guess I'm fine with it. I would like a little blurb on just who they are and what they do, just so I can feel comfortable. You could just shoot me like their LinkedIn.
Yeah, when she
like
gets
I'm
that one, we'll send it. So to your point, I didn't want to open it up when we had viable suggestions that I was okay with. And I think for this one, it was okay. Attorney Wiley, would it be appropriate or would we be able to make a nomination tonight and approve so that when we get this corrected for next week, we could probably have all but one particular name on there, one name?
So I think we're not taking any formal actions tonight. Do you want to just do the nomination? So the way the statute reads, you nominate with advice and consent
Okay.
of council. Certainly, if
Yeah,
y'all
so-
want to take a formal vote. that's what
So
it is.
we can take a formal vote, or I can do the nomination so that they'll be written into the and then next week you all can vote to confirm. Let me get a name right quick.
You sent an email about her?
No, not email. I'll send it to you right now. Hazel Barker.
Yeah,
I sent it to the mayor.
I seen her social, but I don't know who.
Mayor,
Yes.
can we get the nominations from council? I just want, like, to.
Yeah,
Mayor
that's why I was
Pro Tem
pulling the
Miller's
names.
point, I just want to know who we're placing on our board and make
Okay.
sure they're a good fit. Can we get an email with their information or? Okay,
Okay, so what you have for Gavin McGuire is okay?
that's fine.
Okay,
If I can
and we're
get
just
an
waiting for that to come through the other ones.
Okay.
We checked this afternoon, we had not received them, he sent his, so we will follow back on them to get those, yeah. But my recommendation would be Gavin McGuire, the third person is Mr. Williams, and the lady was, give me her name. Hazel Parker. So it would be those three, so throughout this week we would, and so we will correct this, and if there's no objection, we will bring it before council for a vote to approve those nominations.
Awesome.
And we'll make sure we put, Mr. City Manager, would you put those names in an email to them just so they can review, and then those items need to be corrected and added to the resolution, and we can already go ahead and date the resolution. Gavin McGuire, and you should receive the other two applications. Hazel Barker, and Mr. Williams' first name? Jamel. Jahmel Williams.
Got it.
Yeah, was the one that suggested them. All right, thank you so very much. Yes,
And is there a preference on the terms, the length of the terms that they will be serving? That was my question.
I think they're not staggering for the do we have to apply, Attorney Wiley, because it's the establishment of a second URA, but a second establishment, how do we do the terms here? Because it's not like a
You
new
all-
one.
Mayor and council determine the terms.
Okay, so terms overall.
Yes.
And so this one says, how, does this document not speak to a certain term? I apologize.
It does not. We left it open for y'all's decision. When the URA was first created in 2017, 2019, everyone had a 1-year term. This body is free to continue that or do something different.
Council, are you all in agreement for us just to continue the 1-year terms? I think we'll stay with the 1-year terms. Fine, okay, thank you so much. All right, so we have everything that we need to update this document, so next week it'll be documented. Okay, thank you so much.
Letter E, council to receive update on OPB grant progress.
I'll provide my quick update. Last week, we were able to engage Ms. Adeboye with Alliance. She's met with Chief, and he'll give you a further update. And then tomorrow, we have a call with City Manager, Ms. Adeboye, Chief, and myself at 3:30. So far, it's been very favorable for the adjustments and the amendments that we've done. Favorable, like the OPB guy has been favorable, and Lisa is working. And just to remind you, Ms. Adeboye is working more on those things that have been allocated to spend, that she goes through the correct procurement process and get those things, because funds have to be encumbered and spent by October 31st. So Chief, correct me with the date. All spending we're asking to be done by the end of September 31st, and to have all of our reporting done by October 15th. So we have a 2-week jump start in case there's any additions that have to be made. Turning it over to you, Chief.
That's correct. So we did submit a number of revisions to OPB for their review and approval. I've outlined those here in the grant update for leadership and development for executive training. Line item 63, if you open that Excel sheet, that was for the $9,000. Cities United 2026 convening was line item 75. Well, leadership and development was 63 through 66 because it's all contained in that one request. And Cities United was 75 through 78. And then we had operational and community safety enhancements, which was line item 184, 128, 130, 133, 134, 137, and 147. Because it was such an extensive list, we just broke it down so it's in those individual sections. We did have to give a budget scope change request as well because of the number of revisions that we're asking for. We do have an update meeting scheduled for tomorrow with our SM, with Mr. Ellis, and we hope to be able to give you a better comprehensive look at what they're thinking for the revisions coming up.
Any questions, council?
Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman
Okay.
Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for providing the update. So when I sent the email, because I originally, when we talked about this last time, right? I originally asked how much of this 1.16 million that we hadn't spent, and the amount that I came up with, because I was never provided with that amount, was a little over 800,000 that was going to possibly be given back. So now, based on the progress that you've made, based on the meetings that you all have, how much of this now will we be spending versus how much we'll have to possibly give back? Because I know it's impossible with the timeline to spend all of a little over 800,000.
So first, I guess to say give back is a little misleading because we're not giving it back because we haven't been given the money. We just was awarded the opportunity for the grant. And so Miss Karen was going through, she's got to pull the individual salaries for those positions. So we're still waiting on some of those things to be calculated to give that updated number. These projects right here are items that were areas of spending that we weren't able to complete, and we're asking for it to be refocused to an additional area. Some of those other items are still on. Ms. Adeboye is going to do 6 of those items to complete the quotes and get that process going.
Okay. Mayor,
Yes.
when did you originally assign this task to Chief in Finance?
I don't have the exact date. I originally signed it to city manager. Do you remember? Do you recall? I think it meant January, February, March, April. Yeah, I don't like being put on the spot like that, but I think you are. Do you know the date? No, I'm just saying. I mean,
I don't know the
it's
date,
been.
but I know that it's been, because we've talked about this about a month ago. So to say that we're still pulling data, I don't understand. And then we're
Yeah,
so close to October 31st.
So let me just, this OPB grant has been a targeted focus for the last 3 months. I reluctantly got involved. I think you attended that meeting to kind of just push it because of the grant funding and because of some of the concerns had been made known as far as me helping with grants and spending with grants. So I wanted to kind of stay out and push. But when you all were asking for things and we weren't getting the things, then I just stood in. I mean, we brought the team together. There were some delays on a number of departments. So, and then I requested that we bring in a project manager from outside just to help with the load. I hope that's the best way. You want some more?
I guess, and I hear you, but the fact that we're in August and we still don't have concrete numbers, that bothers me. I'm sorry, that does, and we should. And I don't understand. There is no logical reason why we don't have concrete numbers, because I can't be provided concrete numbers, nor was my email responded to when I asked for concrete numbers. I don't want to have to talk about this on the dais. I prefer to get an email and a response to my email. But if we don't get responses to the emails, then we got to let the public know and talk about this on the dais.
Yes, ma'am.
Who did the email go to?
The email went to Chief, it went to I believe Karen was CC'd on there. It went to our city manager, it went to you, it went
Okay.
to the whole entire.
And I think
body.
once I got the email, I forwarded and said, hey, this is where we are, staff. I think I stopped my. Yeah,
I'm done.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask, so Chief, can you tell me when you were assigned this grant information or?
I would have to look back at an email, but I can't pull budget numbers for
Mm-hmm.
what has been spent and what's projected to be spent because I don't have each individual person's salary information. And so I can tell you what the budget says, but you already have that. So I'll just be repeating redundant information because you see what has been spent. You was actually in a meeting with us and we went line by line, and that's how we come up with all these budget revisions that I sent out to everyone. Some of the things we discussed in the previous council meeting that were listed on there were just not attainable at the time the grant was applied for. I just don't know. I don't have a solid number to give you. I can give you a projected number.
And one reason why we don't have a solid number that we found out as it relates to personnel, those numbers fluctuate. And so we have a line item. And so, for example, it says assistant police chief. Well, we didn't have the assistant police chief for the entire duration of the grant. So that number has to be provided. Do we have those numbers yet? Okay.
We have portions of those numbers.
Okay. So when we left the meeting, we have some brand new deadlines. Are you familiar with those, city manager?
Pardon?
The brand new deadlines that we implemented at the meeting that,
Mhm.
did we not get those?
I believe we're still working on them, working to get them,
Yeah.
working to get the.
So again, I don't like to do these things on the dais as well.
If,
What, did you have anything? Yes, I'm sorry, were you finished, Councilwoman Kearney?
Yes.
Mhm. I'm so sorry.
You're so funny. That was appreciated.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
So a few questions. Here, just rough estimate. I'm not good at math, but it looks like it's like 230-ish thousand maybe dollars on this document itself.
yes,
The Georgia Power information that we're going to talk about later, does that come out of this as well?
that's the $100,000. So that's not in this. That's in Miss Adeboye's thing.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
over 100,000.
over $100,000. So that's just 200,000. That's over 100. That's 300,000.
And then you got 200,000 that was in contingency in two different spots, about a combined a little over 200,000.
And part of the request that he has made is to spend this money in new areas that better align with the staff, the initiatives and staff that we have now. And those are the ones that we will have the meeting about tomorrow to see if we can change the scope and the budget that's applied to it.
Okay.
As well as the contingency that's listed as 10% contingency and then program contingency,
Okay.
as far as how that can be modified or spent.
Okay. So I guess I'm thinking to Councilman Fox's point of the 800,000. It looks like I'm seeing at least 400,000, 500,000 of it being eaten up, being dealt with, being utilized.
We
hopefully.
hope pending a
Hopefully.
response from the
Yes.
grant subcontract.
Because these are requests.
Right. Even the
So-
Georgia Power one?
No.
Mhm.
No. That's concrete. That's approved.
Yeah, that's already in there.
Okay, great. So just this 230-ish thousand, 50-ish thousand are the requests.
That's
right. Okay. And then I see things on here that says like 40,000 reallocated to something for community. If it's reallocated and approved, does it have to be spent by October 31st? So we have to think of like wonderful things to do for our community for $40,000 before October 31st?
Well, some of that was to recoup money that we have spent on things that we've done for our community.
Okay.
So one of the things that we
So
did.
that was, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
That was what our request was. Because
Okay.
we have spent money on things for our community.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a reimbursement grant.
Okay.
So that's what our request
How
is
much
made
we've
for.
spent so far for our community?
Well, so when we sat and went line by item, line item, we determined whether this is something that could be spent forward or something that could be reimbursed, because we're looking at a short window. So we looked at previous police community service, like our popcorn pop-up, our Batiste, things like that, where we had a police presence, and then we would use that on the reimbursable end. So actually making reimbursement for retro activities. We do have our event tomorrow, and I think we talked about one more event that we could help. So what we tried to do is, either way the money would come, it's just whether we're going to spend it or we're going to reimburse for what we've already spent. One of the perfect examples, I think, that we were creative with, and we hope they approve, it says foot patrol. Well, I asked Chief, what is a foot patrol? And that's anybody that patrols on foot. So we went back and looked at activities where we had a foot patrol presence and asked if those things could be reimbursed. So when we did the Halloween thing, and we obviously had people on foot patrol, all of our concerts, they're on foot patrol. And so getting some reimbursements for that, as well as some recouping some of the things,
And so
some
we
of the
have to go-
salary.
Yeah,
Yes,
we have
salary.
to go back for those dates, pull how many staff were assigned to those foot patrol positions, and calculate that data from the individual officer's salaries.
Okay, wonderful. So I understand frustrations. I also understand, I think have been on the dais through previous administration and this current one, the turnover that we've had, how it might be difficult to pull the documents because we have to find them and see whether, what was spent by who. But it sounds like y'all are trying, and I appreciate that. I
As
guess
we-
my question would be the hard concrete numbers that Councilwoman Fox is asking for. I know Ms. Karen she's over there. Hey, lady. Is that something that we can expect on or before August 10th?
It's something
Is
that
that
we should
feasible?
have.
Yeah.
No, it should be done tomorrow or Thursday.
Yeah.
And I don't want us to think like this is definitely something Chief inherited, but this is definitely something that I will own, that it has nothing to do with changeover in staff. We still would have been, no matter who was finance director, we still would have been asking for this information. So ball dropped from the mayor's office all the way down, and we would take accountability for it and
So we,
use what we can.
I would like for Miss Karen to be able to work more than the 2 days till we get this grant
Yeah,
thing.
and
And so
we-
maybe that would be a discussion that we could entertain.
Yeah, and so we have also entertained that
Yeah.
beyond you, and we'll talk about that in session. But we're making sure that all hands are on deck and all hands are available. Chief is using his professional funds for the project manager to come help and clean it up, and he has worked expeditiously with that person as soon as we gave her the green light. I think y'all have already met. And then I think tomorrow, you all, after our 3:30 meeting with the grant administrator, we will make sure that city manager sends you all a recap of what is said in that meeting. That meeting is going to be pivotal tomorrow. But I didn't want to meet with him until Chief finished his change order, or what do you call that thing?
The
Scope request.
revisions.
Yeah, and I had a chance to go through line item by line item. And again, Councilwoman Fox, thank you for attending that meeting with us and kind of witnessing what needed to be done. So if you all would just give us till tomorrow to give you a recap, and hopefully from there, I think we can get better numbers.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Fox.
Chief, I love you. Police department is a heavy lift, so we have money we can use. I just want to make sure we can save our taxpayers some money. So I'm not coming down on you, because I do realize that it's a lot of moving parts. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
But we have had discussions, so I agree, definitely. We'll talk about getting you the help that you need, because after a month of talking, in my opinion, I shouldn't still be seeing we're still pulling data.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda. Chief, thank you so much. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Letter F. Update.
Oh, these are the
regarding-
new ones that we added.
Yes.
Climate survey update. Who has that?
That
City
would-
manager.
That would be me.
Mhm.
I don't have any additions to the draft scope of the shell that I sent you the other day. However, I do have some questions that Maria has come up that are within the ADP survey product that we have within our payroll system. But I can work to get you an updated draft before the meeting on the 10th.
Okay, Councilwoman Fox, before I even give you the microphone. So I think we discussed previously that we would not use ADP because it was not exhaustive. I also believe that we said no to the GMA thing as well, and I thought we came up with a plan, but I just take a deep breath. Can I let city manager?
Yeah,
go? I mean,
please. Go
I mean,
ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. We, in email, I believe, sent over, I know for, mine was lengthy, English teacher, I'm wordy. But items that, with the, cleaned up, made concise, we could have just been copied and pasted into the RFP. And so I guess I'm trying to, the no updates part, is it just because we need more information, or, because I thought we sent it all over. No, like
We
the
did.
things we wanted in the scope and things like that?
I'll have to go back and look. I don't.
Yes. May I speak, Mayor?
Okay.
So
Councilwoman Fox?
Mayor Pro Tem Miller is correct. So me and Mayor Pro Tem, we took, rather than hiring an outside person and paying them 25,000, we went ahead and did the heavy lift. And pretty much that RFP was about, I want to say at least about 80 to 90% done. So that's why I don't understand why we don't have it.
Mayor?
You good?
I'm good.
Councilwoman Curran?
Okay, maybe I'm under an incorrect assumption, but I guess in my mind, I thought when we said we were taking it on and doing it, that we were gonna, and this could be wrong, do the RFP and then basically shoot it back over for, I guess, his formal review on the city's part,
That's
and
what
then
we
it was gonna be like completely posted. So was it any part of that was it just the scope outline, or was it completely basically done like what you're saying?
There's a format that needs to be, that we utilize for RFPs, and so you all provided the content to be put into the RFP format that we use, so our RFPs are consistent. So from the documents that I saw that was provided, give or take some times, like when we do questions and things like that, to be inputted, but the body of it just was not in the format. And so it was my understanding that information was going to be sent over, and it was. And from there, our RFP was supposed to be designed with, and then get back with you all if there was missing significant work.
Okay.
That's what, was my understanding correct?
Okay, Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Cole, then can you provide an explanation as to why it isn't done or what's going on?
Mhm. Just the volume of workload. You can see the agenda that we've got right here for tonight's meeting. All this is, we've been working on everything else but that.
Okay.
And I do apologize. I'm sorry if I had seen it, I would have included it, but my apologies.
One of the things that we added which is why the post-agenda to-do list is so imperative, because it tells us what has to happen before the next one, and you can almost check those items off. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to kind of speak to and reiterate, I understand as much as I can the workload you guys have going on. And I don't want to step on any administrative toes as far as priorities. I do just want to stress that this is for the well-being of all of us, not that these other things aren't, but to ensure that we hear the voices of all of our employees. And I don't want them to feel that this is something that their voices are put on the back burner. And so if it's something that, hey, can y'all do a little bit more, give me a little bit more content, can y'all just feel free to communicate that with us, and
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
go back to the drawing board and try to figure it out a little bit, just so that we can go ahead and punch this through. Because this is something that I want to say predates you, honestly. Like, we had kind of been talking about doing a survey, and it would break my heart to go into 2027 and not have it done. And so if it's anything else that you need from me, please reach out. But I do just want to echo that we're trying to.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it is a priority, along with 20 other things that are a priority, so we just have to get it done. Did anybody else raise their hand on this item?
So,
Yes.
Mayor, the
Yes.
part of the RFP that we couldn't do, we carried it as much, we carried it all the way through that we possibly could. Some things are just internal knowledge that we just can't
Correct.
answer, and that's the piece that's missing that needs to be plugged in.
Yeah, so what happens is you all provide the information to the city manager. The city manager, just like we did with the sanitation, puts it in an RFP format, provides it to me and the attorney. Attorney provides any legal framework. I look at the dates, make sure the dates coincide, and see if there's anything missed. Ideally, you all would have had an RFP before you all today for review, and then we would put out. So that's the process.
Can we get a deadline on when it can be done?
Yeah, what deadline would y'all like? Okay,
I'll
so
have it by either Friday or Monday.
Can we,
Either one.
I need like all of these by Friday so that I can review, and then out of respect for Attorney Wiley, she does like to, Attorney Wiley, you do look at RFPs, don't you? Kind of glance. Okay. So deadline,
It'll just have to be Friday. I mean, we'll work to get it done.
all right. Thank you. Any other questions on that? Item G.
Item G, personnel policy update.
Who has that one? You have the update.
Yeah,
Okay.
I added that, and I'm sure people, please, y'all chime in.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna move on out the way. So I did, I emailed you all the personnel policy document if you haven't had a chance to review it. I would like for us to discuss the workload, however, the price will be amended based on what we discussed in executive session regarding Attorney Wiley's contract. So I've already confirmed with Attorney Wiley, and she's willing to give us a nice discount on it pending what we discuss in an executive session. So if we can just, because Chandrella is right, we did discuss it in like pieces, but we never discussed it as a whole. And I think we all agree that we're ready to move forward with this as a whole and make it a priority before the year is out, along with the other 10,000 things that we're making a priority for Attorney Wiley.
So Attorney Wiley, regardless of what happens in the executive session, do you have like a tentative time frame once you get the green light, just so we can kind of see if that's feasible
I
for
think I
us?
put it in the report. It was
did.
about a 60-day turnaround.
60 days
time,
from the
maybe.
time that we, okay.
And yes.
And I know you've done a little bit of pre-work now, but still
Yes,
60
I
days.
already started working on it, and part of my goal too is to get with a team, your staff, get with Maria, the city manager, city clerk, to talk about some things that are in there that so we can understand operationally how things are working on the ground, so that we can make sure that the revisions that we bring to you all are actually functional. Because we want to put things in there that are not functional, and we don't want to upset the apple cart where things are already operating smoothly. And so, yeah, I'll undertake that too within the next week.
Thank you so very much. So it's EFG. That is all for old business. Everybody good with that? Okay. Going into new business?
New business, letter A. Council to discuss purchase of a tennis backboard for Lee Street Tennis Court.
Mayor, council, a couple of months ago, or maybe a month or so ago, we had a citizen come up and ask for a backboard in which a tennis player can bounce the ball off and practice themselves. So in front of you, you have 3 quotes for a tennis backboard. One is from Do It Tennis for $24,798. One is from Rally Master for $28,434. We have the one from Douglas Sport, which is actually a combination of 2 different sizes. With a 5-week lead time, it's $31,497. And then Douglas Sport had another manufacturer, again, in 2 separate sections for a total of roughly $35,000 with a 10 to 12 week lead time. After looking at all of the quotes, staff recommends that you go with the Rally Master 2 10x36 with a 20-year structural warranty for a total of $28,434 with the money to come from SPLOST.
Mayor?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I just wanted, first of all, thank you. I know the citizen, Miss Amanda Bear, I think she'll be really happy about that. But also what I wanted to ask was, could we possibly provide pictures of any of them? Do they all look the same? I'm just curious. It's not in there. Sorry. Maybe
It's not in
maybe
there.
you have a separate copy.
Okay, all right. Yes, ma'am, we can. It's just basically a big green board with the white line across it at approximately where the net height is. And
Oh, that's it? She
Mhm.
brought up something like an artwork or something, didn't
No,
she?
she was saying that she had a more inexpensive mode that she could have done, like if we didn't want to invest on the board.
Oh, okay.
Like they're makeshift ones that you can make,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
kind of like with plyboard and stuff like that.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Am I mistaken in that? I really thought she said like, oh, to bring like beauty or something to the. She said something about art.
Maybe she was just talking about it. I know depending on what the back is, we may end up getting netting to cover that. And I think she said she will help us where to put it, because I don't play tennis, so I won't put it.
And I
in
do
place.
have the actual
You need some.
brochures and pamphlets in my office. I can bring it down and show the council.
Yes.
There's two questions. One, and I might have missed it in there. What made us choose Rally Master? Okay, three questions. What made us choose Rally Master over the others? Usually I can kind of see, usually we go with, but I couldn't determine why. No opposition, just wondering. And then, lead time, is that just how long it's gonna take for it to get to us? What is lead,
So the lead time could include shipping, manufacturing. It's just a general advisory from the manufacturer that would delay our receipt of the good. So it could be manufacturing, it could be travel, transport, any number of things.
okay. And then who would mount it?
We would try to have Public Works do it, and if they couldn't, we would either talk to the county or try to find a recommended installer.
We probably would go with the recommended installer just for safety purposes.
And I guess I was gonna ask if that impacts the warranty, was my question. Like, if, does it have to be a particular person to install it in order for us to maintain a 20-year warranty? Like, if I take my car somewhere, they would be like, oh, you didn't.
I don't remember seeing that in the diagrams and information. However, it possibly could be in there.
Okay, and then, so the first question, what made you pick this staff recommendation be Rally Master?
Because it was, so this one, first off, is coming directly from Rally Master itself. It is the manufacturer that is selling it. These were the quotes that we were provided. A staff member went back and looked them up. And so apparently there's just not very many manufacturers of tennis backboards. Because if you'll notice, Rally Master was sold by all three of the providers, the two privates and then themselves. So they were basically all offering the same thing
Okay, but this is from an actual person who made it, and they're
from
offering
the
us the
company that
warranty.
makes it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I love it. Thank you.
Anyone else on this side? Anyone else on this side? All right. Council, can we move this to agenda item, to consent agenda for next week based on the recommendation from city manager?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Specific.
Next
Thank
on
you,
the
council.
agenda.
Next item, letter B, under new business, council to consider nominations, appointment, and swearing in to the ethics board.
Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. City
Do
manager?
you have the oath? Please tell me you got the oath.
All right, Mayor?
Hold on a
While
second.
they're figuring it out.
Madam Mayor, Council, while the city manager's looking, I'll just do some background information. The Ethics Committee met last week, and they assigned the terms of office to the existing members. They assigned the one-year term to Councilwoman Kearney, whose seat on the Ethics Committee became vacant as a result of her being a member of the governing authority. And so what you have now is a vacancy in a council nomination for the Ethics Committee, and the nomination will be for a full year term for the applicant before you, and I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Do you
Mayor.
have something?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have a preference who goes first.
Okay, well, I was just gonna introduce this applicant. Is it Hussey? Is she present? All right, perfect. Hi. So, hopefully y'all got a chance to glance at the application. So I'm super excited about her. She was a grants administrator, for Atlanta Public Schools. So she's well-versed when it comes to MOUs, to different policies. She, of course, is a Jonesboro resident. Furthermore, I love her references. She's got different educators, a Board of Education board member, Board of Education board member, and she's also an advocate in her community. I think it said community service at large or something. Community in action volunteer. So I just think this individual is very qualified. I think she's going to bring a lot to our established Board of Ethics, and I'm super excited. That's all I wanted to say.
Get the oath. So at this time, I would like to nominate Ms. Athea Hussey Parker Hussey. Am I pronouncing it correctly? That's what I thought. Okay. That would be our nomination to the City of Jonesboro Ethics application. I'll entertain a motion.
So made.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so very much. Ms. Hussey, if you would come down, you have the oath. I want, well, trying to chat GPT. If you would raise your hand, please. I can swear in, can't I? Yes,
Mayor, we
yes.
just want to clarify, the motion was on the nomination or the appointment? Do we still need to do?
Well,
the-
no, that was my nomination, and the motion should have been for appointment. Did I say it right, or you need me to redo it?
I think we need to redo.
Okay,
just
I'm
to be clear
nominating
for the record.
Althea Hussey as the mayor's nomination for the board, for the board. No, that's what I'm saying, for the Board of Ethics.
Okay.
It is the council's, this is the council nominee.
Okay, so the
seat.
council, so does
Okay.
the council member need to do it?
So yes, so the there's a vacancy in the council appointee, and so Ms. Hussey would be filling the council's vacant nominee. And so she will, once you nominate and appoint her, why don't we make so if there is a member of council who wants to nominate and appoint Ms. Hussey to a full year term to the Ethics Committee, following the vacancy created by Councilwoman Kearney, that would be an appropriate motion.
You got it.
Okay, so I need to amend my, Mayor.
Yes, so it's not amended since we took the vote, so how do we do it? Just do another one?
So I think, why don't we just accept the nomination of Ms. Althea Parker to the 2-year term. Yes, it's a 2-year term, to the Jonesboro Ethics Committee. You can just accept it. So you already did the nomination. Why don't you just accept the nomination?
Okay.
And appoint Ms. Hussey to fill a 2-year
no,
term.
No amendment or
No,
anything?
ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
So I would like to accept I would like to accept the council's nomination for Miss Althea Hussey for the Board of Ethics for the City of Jonesboro.
Appointment.
Second.
Point?
And appoint.
And appoint. Okay.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. If you would raise do you have anyone that wants to come up with you? Come on. Y'all been here so much. Anybody else want to come to, community want to come stand behind her? So I think if you would prefer, I would ask you to state your name, and then I will read this in entirety, and then you can say, I do, with that, because it's kind of lengthy. All right? I,
Althea Parker Hussey,
having been appointed to serve as a member of the City of Jonesboro Board of Ethics, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially perform the duties of my office. I further swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the City of the State of Georgia, and the Charter and ordinances of the City of Jonesboro. I will faithfully uphold the City Code of Ethics, conduct myself with integrity, independence, fairness, and impartiality, avoid conflicts of interest, maintain the confidentiality of matters entrusted to me as required by law, and decide all matters solely upon the facts, the applicable law, and the evidence presented without favor, prejudice, or personal interest. I accept this responsibility as a public trust and pledge to perform the duties of a member of the Board of Ethics to the best of your ability.
I do.
All right. Thank you so much and welcome. And if you don't mind, we want to get a picture. So if you would just come down here, council, can we stand up and? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, we have a complete and functional Board of Ethics for the City of Jonesboro. Council, thank you so very much. All
Mayor,
right, thank you.
can I say something? I just want to give a huge hat off to Councilwoman Kearney. She has labored, thank you for,
Yes.
she took this by the bull and she got it done with the help of our amazing staff. So thank you, Councilman Kearney.
All right, next on the agenda.
Letter C, council to consider recommended Jonesboro Youth City Government nominees for FY 26 through 27.
Councilman Dixon?
Yes. So yes, Mayor and Council, Jonesboro community, appreciate y'all being here today. As you all know, Jonesboro Youth City Government is entering its 4th year of service this year. And we're looking to do the swearing in ceremony next Monday. But here are the 13 scholars that we have that have successfully completed the Summer Leadership Institute of this summer. Their applications are attached. Are there any questions?
Mayor.
Yes.
So one, I want to say I'm very impressed with their application. Specifically, a shout out to Miriam Diallo's application for city council, as well as Soraya Robinson's, and Chloe Hunter's was very interesting as well for the director of communications. She's very aggressive. It's very good to see. I would like just to ask one question though, just so I make sure we're, in accordance with the charter. And I don't know if there's something we might need to add to your applications like in the future for next year. Just to make sure when it comes to the qualifications. So they shall be in good standing with their respective public, private, charter, or home schools in which they attend. And if you could even just verbally confirm that that is the case, that's, pretty much my only question. But I'm definitely good with all of these applications.
Gotcha. Yeah, everyone's in good standing.
Okay.
They completed the Summer Leadership Institute over the past summer months, which has been very, very. Actually, the Summer Leadership Institute this year has been probably the game changer for the Jonesboro Youth City Government. We do have a few of our advisors and interns here in the audience that have seen this process through from day one. Day one would be May 2023, with the official swearing in being December 2023. Ms. Hathaway and Isaac Hathaway is in the building, so I just appreciate y'all seeing this through with us. Like I said, the Summer Leadership Institute was a game changer for us, and I'm so excited and thankful that we've seen it all the way through. But like I said again, here are the 13 dedicated scholars who have participated and showed up throughout the entire summer, and they are excited to lead this city.
Thank you. Is there a motion that y'all like to move this to consent agenda? Do we need to, do you want us to approve it now so that y'all be good to go for next week? You want us to go ahead and take a vote?
Yeah, that'll be great.
Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the Jonesboro Youth City Government nominees for the fiscal year 26 to 27 as listed. Any discussion?
I just want to say that I had the pleasure of meeting them, Mayor, and they are amazing. I'm so excited about the fresh start, the energy that they're bringing, and I'm excited. So if y'all need help, I'm always down to help.
Thank you so very much. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Again, thank you so much, Councilman Dixon. Item D.
Letter D, council to consider approval of an enterprise permitting software platform.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you is a request to approve the purchase and implementation of an enterprise permitting software system. Staff evaluated 3 vendors, GovWell, Snyder, GeoPermits, and Sages Gov, to identify a solution that will modernize the city's permitting and development review processes. GovWell in year 1 will be $29,000, with year 2 onwards being $19,000 annually. Sages Gov is $11,260 in the first year, and from year 2 onward, it will be $23,683. And this includes annual subscriptions plus prorated implementation costs to be spread out over 6 years. And the Snyder GeoPermitting software is $16,369 in year 1, and in year 2 is $12,049, and in year 3 and beyond is $651. GovWell provides a highly modern platform with built-in AI capabilities, integrated electronic plan review, and intuitive public interface. While feature-rich, it does represent the highest first-year investment of the three proposals. Of the Schneider geo-permitting software, it provides a solid permitting platform with a lower annual operating cost and a modular implementation approach. However, future integrations and expanded functionality will require additional negotiations and associated costs. Sages Gov provides the most balanced solution by combining comprehensive permitting, electronic plan review, business license capabilities, mobile inspections, code enforcement, GIS integration, payment processing, and workflow customizations. And with that, staff is recommending Sages Gov for the best value. And code enforcement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So this software would definitely bring code enforcement to the future. Dealing with permits, while we in the field, it'll be on time. We can go in the mobile system and check and see if a location have a permit. Also with re-inspections. Right now, we don't have anything to really keep up with re-inspections. I'm doing it on my own. So with a software like this, it'll keep us on task. Also, we don't have any way to generate reports at this time. So the reports that y'all see, it takes a little time for me to get all my information together. But with this software, it'll definitely help out. So I am also recommending approval for this software.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen?
Just to echo what they've already said, I like the way it can facilitate between permitting, code enforcement, the courts, everything. We can all be on the same software, which is important. Hasn't been really available in the past, but now it is.
Also, just to add that they've spoken with the courts, so it works seamlessly with the court system. That was one of the things we wanted to make sure that was easily integrated into the court system. They verified that. Mr. Walker and Faith have been working on this for about 2 or 3 months, getting demos from companies. And one of the tasks that Mr. Walker was charged with coming on board was something that could make his job easier, and something that also allows us to provide greater oversight when we want to drill down and see. So we could be able to put in an address, and by putting in that one address, any citations, any visits or re-inspections can be provided. So council, I would ask for approval on this particular one. I think, yeah. Any questions? Yes, Councilwoman Fox.
So first of all, staff, amazing job for bringing this forward, because it is time for us to innovate and get out of the paperwork zone. I remember when I was applying for permits, me and Mr. David had it out several times, going back and forth via email. So having this, yeah, so whoever can, thank you, staff, for helping us to innovate. And this is something that I can brag on for us and give the citizen an update saying, hey, we're moving into the future now. So fantastic job. Want to give you your flowers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think my question is probably more for us as council and city manager. This is amazing. I'm all on board for it. I think my question is just, what does this look like as far as this is budget time talking? And I see like something that's a rollout over time. Is this fun? Is this money already in the budget, or is it are we bringing a service that is going to cut other services to carry this through, or do we need to keep in mind that we're going to need to see some incremental budget increases when we go and sit down at the budget retreat?
So it will not take away from any other services. There is funding in our current administration line item, either professional services or other professional services, that we could utilize for this, and we can roll the upcoming costs into the upcoming budgets.
Okay. Right. Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, okay. So, just a couple questions, because just looking at the numbers here on the agenda, I see that it starts out cheaper, but then I'm wondering, just due to the incremental increases after year one, it is gonna be a little bit more expensive, but I guess my question is like, is this also the one you all prefer, just user-friendly wise? Like, is it the Apple of permitting? Like, I'm just trying to, get the down and dirty here.
Yes, Sages Gov was definitely the creme de la creme when it comes to what we're looking for as staff. We were able to work to the gentleman Harish And he was extremely helpful as far as catering to our needs and then even offering the discounts to be prorated over time. This is something he also mentioned is used at the Atlanta airport and other local governments, and they're also local. So they're in the state of Georgia. I want to say they're either North Cross or somewhere in Atlanta. So
Okay, and you don't have to go super into this, but I'm just wondering what our current system is and like, will it be integrated? Like, is there an integration tool with this? Okay.
So there is no, that's the problem. There,
This is it.
That's
there-
the current
there-
Don't
this
even
is the
like
current system.
have a,
there is a permitting system, but it doesn't talk across the different ones. So, one of the things that we talked about, and when Derek got here, I was like, it has to be a system. And there were plenty out there, we just had not implemented. So the key was finding something that supported existing systems that would not go anywhere, which is our court system. I forgot the name of it, as well. Courtware, and then also being able to connect to Safe Build. So again, they went through demos. How many companies did y'all actually talk to?
3.
Yeah, we landed at 3, but we started off with like 5.
Yeah, so this has been about 3 or 4 months of kind of going through and then coming back to me saying, but it got to be able to do this. And so the things that I asked for, and then eventually the expansion of this to where we can have online applications. The plug-in to this is one of the features that I thought was really important. So being able to plug in, like we're not automatically going to roll out to a total paperless permitting right now, but as we grow to that, this one already has it built in.
okay, so the integration and the, I forgot the other word I used, but the integration piece is definitely gonna.
It's here, and then it talks to our Tyler system and Courtware, which are the two things that we will not change and that we are satisfied with. And that was the biggest thing. There were other systems, but did not interface well with those and probably would have caused a lot of problems. But being able to connect to our Tyler, which is our payment form, and then being able to, the tickets run up so that courts can get them.
Okay, and is there a renewal?
Yeah, and then this
Log in.
Okay, and is there a renewal for this contract? Does it have to, or is it just how long is we want to have it?
She reviewed that. You want to review that again? You
have
mean
to
like
pull it from the
like renewal?
Yeah, is there a
There-
renewal period?
It's
And do we
12-month
have-
renewal, isn't it? If they're going to prorate this and then we're going to start it. So if it,
Yes, year one is, yeah.
year one is January 1 though.
Let me pull the contract. I want to
Yeah.
say either starts when we sign it or it would be.
So one of the
January
things
date.
that we like to do is if we start a contract now, and I apologize if I didn't get this, it's like we like to prorate them to the end of the year. So all of our contracts run from January 1st. And I don't think they'll have a problem with that. So let's make sure that we prorate this term. And that way it's always part of our, which kind of still throws us off, but that means that by May and June, they have to give us projected costs for the next year.
Okay,
So
thank you.
thank you for that.
And also, there are 2 local municipalities that have this software, South Fulton and Stockbridge. So I've spoken with the Director of Code Enforcement from South Fulton, and they really like it.
And I'm a user, Mayor. I'm with the city of South Fulton. I've been using Sage
Oh,
for
yeah?
about 4 years.
Yeah.
So it's user friendly.
So we even got a teacher.
So that's one of the things, once you all decide on this, we will, if there's any additional costs for training, I do believe that rather than, that if there's someone that can come in for training, that we would probably come back before you all for additional supplemental training. But I think it'll be below my spending threshold so that initial training can be in person and then they can do supplement virtual. Council, is it okay if we move it to consent agenda?
I had
Yeah, I'm
just
sorry,
one-
Councilwoman Messert.
That's okay, thank you. Just one quick question now with the, we're getting an introductory rate and then the price changes after that. Is that price increase, does that include like upgrades? You know, just like you have upgrades and updates with any other software system, is that included in the annual price or will that be separate? So if there's upgrades to the software as we go along, is that included in the price?
There is a maintenance fee referenced in the contract, so we can clarify that that covers everything as far as upgrades as well.
Okay, okay, if you could get back with us on that, on the maintenance fee, because I think that would be a good purchase.
So we'll move it to old business then. Councilwoman Fox.
I will say, you know, they've done a great job explaining this and, you know, I kind of work in this field a little bit. I will say not having a software like this does cost us money in different ways. It costs us money because we're leaving money on the table because we don't know what we're keeping track of, number one. Number two, it costs us money because of the man hours, labor, like Mr. Walker said, he has to do a lot of his stuff manually. So by having a system in place, he can work a little faster. And that's like, kind of like the name of the business right now is how much work you can do in a, you know, short amount of time. So man hours, I would say by itself will go back into the pot.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna move this, So we're gonna move this to old business, because Councilwoman Messick, that additional, y'all have that point that she needs so that we
Yes,
can
about the
include it and get it.
and
Okay,
upgrades.
perfect. This one is
Yes, it's gonna be
cloud-based.
Cloud-based.
So the maintenance, honestly, if I may, I'm
No,
sorry.
I mean, it automatically updates. I think the maintenance is what I wanted to get clarified, because I wasn't clear on the maintenance and training. So let us get some clarification on that. Thank you. All right, thank y'all.
And just to let y'all know, the IT director, Mr. Tran,
Oh, that's right, Mr. Tran was involved.
Yes, we included all departments. We want to make sure everyone truly benefits from this.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We really appreciate you. Mr. Walker, if you need to step out, you can, if you want to be excused. No, you can't. No, I mean, they're not required. They haven't had anything. No, I mean, yeah. Do you have anything else on the agenda? Okay, that's what I thought, yeah. No, right there. All right, next on the agenda.
Letter E, council to consider a fee waiver request from Clayton County Public Schools to use Lee Street Park and have a 5K on Saturday, September 26, 2026.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Mayor and Council. This is for the Clayton County Schools to hold their 5K. They have coordinated with Chief Cato on the safety plan and route for the 5K.
So that route will be the same route that we run for Runsboro and the former Chairman Turner 5K. They do have some different things in place, because they are asking for the rental for Lee Street from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. However, the 5K will not begin until 10:15 to 11:45 a.m. because they're using Clayton County school buses, and they can't go on the route until 9 a.m. to pick the students up. They did assure us that Clayton County School Police would be handling the monitoring of public safety throughout the event and at Lee Street Park, and that Clayton County Parks and Rec will be setting up the barricades for the road closures. Any questions?
So we're having our 2 5Ks in September, right? Right.
Yes.
How is that? Okay, they're doing Clayton County Public Schools as far as the lift on Jones on our PD.
That's correct.
Anything? Is there any other stressors, or is it something we're going to be able to hold both of these? Is it going to be fine for residents? Is it going to be fine for our officers? I know as much as they're helping.
I don't want to speak for the residents.
Okay.
But I do want to
I'm
add.
asking, is it going to cause like traffic? Like how much of an impact are they going to feel and what time?
So I think also, I talked to Chief about this too, if you can speak to it. I am adamant that we have a duration. So in other words, if they have not finished the route, they have to get picked up and moved to the sidewalk, and I think that cuts down. So like in a lot of other races, the route closes in 2 hours, so you have to be able to finish the race in the 2 hours. So I just spoke with that about Chief to see if we can put a 2-hour limit on there, and that either you have a pace car at the back that pushes everybody to the sidewalk or picks everybody up and bring them back, but you only have 2 hours and you could crawl a 5K in 2 hours. Some people do less than that. They do. I've seen in some cities that they break it down to an hour and a half. That the route has to be closed.
Theirs falls within that hour and a half time frame. So I'll coordinate with Clayton County Public Schools and the school police to let them know, that the impact, because they stated the impact would be from 10:15 to 11:45.
And so we just want to make sure that we're clear that, and even with the one that we're having, that the route closes. They can either move to the sidewalk, or we usually have a push vehicle from the back that times us on the route. That helps with that. We'll also be using the large marquee boards. Are those available again?
Yes.
Which a couple of days before we tell.
Yeah, we'll put one
There you
at
go. Thank you.
the north end and the south end of Main Street to advise of traffic and delays for the events.
Okay, wonderful. Is there any way that, and I don't know if this is Mr. Tranner, city manager, can we like social media blurb across our website, like a little banner, like all the ways to get it out there to the public, just because we're having to. I'm all for it. Clayton County Public Schools, whoop, whoop, teacher over here. So I'm all for assisting them. The fee waiver is not my problem. I just want to balance and ensure that our residents know what's coming, especially because it's going to be twice in a month. I don't want anybody to be a little frustrated.
Yeah, and almost be like 3 times
Three,
because
yeah.
the August one's at the end of August, and then you got September. So we'll coordinate with them and have them push it out on their social media as well, because they'll have a large reach with the group of students that are coming to participate, and we'll put it out on our Jonesboro One app as well.
And the banner across our website.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if does our website do banners? We'll check on that.
We'll find out.
Well, we can put the flyer on there.
That's why we don't have like pop-ups. Yes. Okay. Thank you so very much, Chief. Chief is working very hard on this. Any other questions? Would y'all can this move to the consent agenda?
It's consent for me.
All right. Thank you so very much. Next on the agenda.
Item F, council to discuss conditional use permit application 26 CUP 003 submitted by Dr. Lenore Coleman. The request is for a mixed-use dwelling with an existing office on the first floor and a proposed rental dwelling on the second floor. The property is located at 177 North Main Street, parcel number 13240D, C004, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236. The subject property is zone H2 Historic District. The property consists of approximately 0.75 plus or minus acres.
So Dr. Coleman has been there for several years at this address with her medical clinic. Recently, she came to us wanting to make the second floor of the existing building living quarters. She wanted to make it for medical personnel to use there. She had originally described it as like a short-term rental / Airbnb. And I got to thinking about that. The way she wants to limit it to just medical personnel is more of a mixed-use dwelling than an open-ended Airbnb where just anybody could come there. So we revised her application somewhat, but either way, they both require a conditional use permit for this. So you have the layout of what she wants to do on the second floor in your packet there. There is a living area, a bedroom, and a kitchen. It's not meant for 2 people, just 1 person. And like I said, it would be reserved for medical personnel that want to stay there and not just anybody, any average citizen there. She meets all the different requirements for conditional use for this. The only condition on this for a mixed-use dwelling is that the bottom floor is commercial or non-residential, which of course it would be her clinic or medical office, or if she sells it to somebody else, their medical office would be on the first floor, and then the living quarters, of course, would be on the second floor. So that would not change. I don't think she's here. No, she's not to answer any questions. But that's basically it. Converting the upstairs into a permanent living area restricted to medical personnel.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Fox.
Okay, so I know we're not voting on this tonight, but I definitely would like to speak to the applicant. Several things, right? You, Mr. Allen, you're in the field, so we cannot limit, I guess, who's there. You know what I mean? We can say medical
Right.
personnel, but I mean, the bottom line is the law doesn't give us that authority to govern who's there.
Correct.
Number 2, I don't even think we can limit the amount because it's 3 bedrooms. I don't even think, I mean, technically she can have 3 people there. So my concern is because there's 2 businesses right next door. There's I think they're the dental office. Because it's a short-term vacation rental, I already know how that industry works. How are we going to monitor the amount of vehicles that are there, the people that are coming in and out, because we cannot restrict that. So I definitely would like to speak to the applicant to get, some information from her, because if it's a short-term vacation rental, we have to accept everything that kind of comes under short-term vacation rental.
Well, I did, as I said, I changed it to the term mixed-use dwelling instead. Had it been a short-term rental, you're right, you could not restrict it, whoever's in there and whatever. But with it being a mixed-use dwelling, it's more of a permanent thing, a long-term rental or a permanent residence for somebody, not the in and out of 30 days of this person and this person. So automatically we saw that by changing the term to mixed-use dwelling instead of Airbnb or short-term rental.
Okay.
So.
Mary?
Yes.
I guess that was my main question. So, when I see it spelled out as medical personnel, I guess my question is like, so it can just revert to anybody? And also the other question was, I think what you already hit on, can it end up just becoming can it end up just becoming an Airbnb anyway, or is there anything we can do to stop that? Those are my two questions.
So I could certainly drop the thing about restricted to medical personnel, because if you said it's just a permanent dwelling or a long-term rental, it doesn't really matter who's up there. Your next question, they would have to come back for another conditional use hearing if I found out all of a sudden, let's say it changed hands 5 years from now, and all of a sudden we learned that it was a short-term Airbnb, maybe even a party place or something, there were problems there. They would have to come back and get official permission from this board to do that as an Airbnb. That's two separate uses, mixed-use dwelling, Airbnb. So
No, I'm not.
just because she's approved for one does not mean she's approved for the Airbnb. They'd have to come back and do the whole process all over again.
Right. No, I'm not against what you're saying or asking you to change it from medical personnel. I like the fact that it's
Yeah.
medical personnel, but I'm wondering, can we enforce the medical personnel portion of it? And like Councilman Fox kind of brought up, and also I don't mind it staying as long-term dwelling and nothing, not being anything less than 30 days, but can we also enforce that? I guess is my question.
I don't know that we can enforce the medical personnel part per se, but we can definitely, since we're not approving it as a short-term rental, which is 30 days or less, this would be a long-term rental or just a permanent residence, we can definitely stop it from being that because it's not approved for that.
Okay, so we do need to change it from medical personnel.
Yeah, I can
Okay,
strike
gotcha.
that part.
Thanks.
All right, next.
Letter G, council to discuss proposed annexation from Clayton County into the city of Jonesboro and subsequent rezoning number 26 REZ 001 from heavy industrial county to M1 light industrial city. Submitted by Hammer D Limited Partnership. The property is located at 7600 Jonesboro Road, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236. Tax map parcel number 12049A, A002, and consists of 32.65 total acres. It currently contains a warehousing use.
So this is due north of the northernmost parcels in the city right now, which are the new warehouses that were built 4 or 5 years ago. Of course, it's in the county. The applicant is petitioning to have it annexed into the city. The process for that has been followed. We send there's a petition that's made, and then it goes back to the county for comments. That was sent back in the spring sometime, March or April, wasn't it, Faith? When the county got their letter about, do they have any comments? I think it was April, I believe. Anyway,
Yes,
that
it
was
was
been
either March or
sent. We never did get any comments from the county about it. So the process is this: if you approve it to be annexed into the city, then it has to be assigned a city zoning from the county zoning it is. And it has to be the most equivalent zoning that we have in the city. Right now, it's heavy industrial in the county. The city only has one industrial zoning, that's M1 light industrial. So if you approve the rezoning, the designated city zoning would be M1 light industrial for that. Then, since it's in the city, then the warehousing storage use it has now requires a conditional use permit also in the city. So you'd be looking at 3 different items here on the same property: annexation, rezoning, and conditional use, if this is to be fully within the city. As the gentleman said in the public comment section, this has the true value use on it now. That use is only to about 2028, sometime in that year, I believe, and then it's going to be open-ended as to who the client or owner is, or the occupier of the building. This is kind of as he said, also, me and Mr. Cole met with them, had a phone call conversation with them last Friday. This staff report, which recommended denial, was written obviously before that. When the staff report was written, we had no knowledge of their plans, which I sent to you guys, I believe, earlier today, for redoing the site and reinvesting in the site. What I was looking at beforehand was just the True Value building and whether or not the city essentially wanted to adopt that building there as is. I put in my staff report reasons for denial. It was going to put more strain on an understaffed police department, an understaffed public works department, and it didn't really jive with what our comprehensive plan was saying was intended for that area. It's the Gateway North, which I'll read to you here, the intent of. Gateway North, this is the North Main and Jonesboro Road corridors located north of downtown. The area is the main gateway into the city from the north and is many visitors' first impression of the city. This is also an area targeted for redevelopment and reinvestment. Uses are office, institutional, commercial, retail for the future. So the unsightliness of the building as it was too, thinking about this as being the very first property you'd see in the city, was also a factor in this, with the whether or not it aligned with the comprehensive plan or not, which we did not believe it did. Fast forward to our meeting Friday, and as the guy said a while ago, he will have a more definite presentation on this for the public hearing next week. But they're wanting to tear that building down and reinvest in it and redo, have some newer buildings out there. I know you've probably been past there, you've seen all the trucks parked in the front. It kind of slaps you in the face with the fencing and the trucks, and it's very unsightly. The new conceptual plan, and of course this is subject to change, but it shows the general intent of what they want to do. They want to have brand new Class A buildings with all the trucks and stuff would be in the middle of the property, would not be readily seen from the road. It would look as good or better than the new warehouse buildings we already have out there on that northernmost parcel. So we really got to thinking about, their ideas for reinvestment. I think as staff, we would be on board with that. Certainly that kind of general intent of reinvesting and reinvigorating that property over what it is now. So based on that information, I would change my staff report to approval for that, with of course some conditions. The timing of this is not all set in stone yet, certainly not, but we would be agreeable to seeing that property be reinvigorated, reinvested, and improved a lot visually and financially. So it's really, kind of an update, I guess, to my staff report here.
Mayor?
You have any questions?
Yes, Councilwoman Kearney?
All right, so I just want to make sure, and if you want to come up and explain anything, if it's allowed, I wouldn't mind hearing the answer. So I just want to make sure that what they're saying they're actually going to do, and they're just not up here, just saying that, just so they can get the approval, and then that
Right.
there's not going to be any construction that takes place. It's going to still be looking, the way it is. So I'm wondering, is there any type of
Excellent
black
question.
and white we can put in on that, or can we come back later on and I don't know, do
We would
anything
have
at
to
our
carefully
level?
craft some approval conditions. Of course, there's not a set end user and things like that. I was going to ask Ms. Wiley, I know a lot of places we don't have a reversion clause on a rezoning. Is there such a thing as a reverse annexation if they don't carry through?
I would have to research that. I've never heard of it, Ms. Allen. I'm gonna say I don't think so. I've never heard of that. De-annexation, there's a de-annexation process, but I don't know if it would trigger it. One of the things I asked city managers, how we're gonna enforce, and that's to your question.
Right.
We can enforce what they intend to do. So it's my recommendation that you all make your decision based on what's enforceable. I don't know that we can enforce something in a zoning condition to say that you must tear down the existing property and rebuild 2 Class A buildings.
Don't you have on rezoning conditions though, if a rezoning carries through, you have conditions on it. If all conditions aren't met, doesn't that mean a rezoning never fully went through?
I will have to look into that further and talk with you and meet with you, Ms. Allen, and work through that.
Okay.
Since between now and next week, I guess we'll meet and see if we can have something more clear for the governing body.
Yeah.
So let's
Yeah, this was
talk.
kind of late breaking to us too, but
Yes,
it's,
I understand. I saw
yeah.
your email.
It's two whole different ball games, really. Inheriting a problem building that we don't really want versus a potential for some nice reinvestment. So, you know.
I think there, someone may want to speak on behalf of the, they can't.
That's their attorney, Mr. Buckley.
Is it appropriate for him to speak?
It's up to y'all.
Yes. Attorney, would you like to come forward? If you would just introduce yourself and who you're with.
Hi, I'm Harold Buckley. I'm with Wilson, Brock and Irby, 2849 Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. And I just wanted to address the council member's question about the sincerity of our representations on redevelopment. When we first talked to Faith about this months and months ago, we talked about two potential options. We talked about just asking for the annexation and the zoning to allow us to keep what we have, which was concern number one. But we did also in that initial conversation talk about redevelopment options as well. And in that Zoom meeting, we did show her the plans that we shared with the city manager and the planning director on Friday. That's why we were able to produce them so quickly, because we had already presented them to her. The reason we did not include that in our application is because annexing and zoning can be kind of complicated, particularly politically between the city and the county. And so we thought it would be cleaner to just ask for the zoning that would be necessary for us to keep what we have now, and then to come back later and ask for a zoning modification to change out the site plans. So the 2028 redevelopment was always contemplated from day one. We were just trying to chart the smoothest, cleanest path through annexation. And if that smoothest, cleanest path involves the redevelopment plan, then we are happy to have that be the option that we present with the application, and any conditions that you deem necessary to make that happen, we would definitely be open to.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Kearney?
All right, Ms. Akuta, do you confirm that? Did you receive this information anytime prior to?
I have to go back and look. This conversation took place at the top quarter of the year. And I know it was a lot of discussions with what their overall intent was from the beginning. So I'll have to go back and look at that.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pause my questions for it.
Anyone else? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I appreciate you letting us know that bit of information, so we don't feel like this was so on the spot. This is our first time seeing this, and so again, I appreciate you letting us know that information. And one of my questions for you, I guess, would be how long did the developments take that you all showed us as your example in Doraville and Norcross, approximately?
I will defer to Charles Stocks. He
Okay.
could answer that much better than me.
Thank you.
Hi, just in terms of
Years,
construction
time,
schedule. So the Doraville project in Gwinnett was around 215,000 square feet or so. Ground up, it was a redevelopment of an existing lumber yard building materials company that leased it from us for, I think, 20, 30 years. The total construction schedule was around a year.
A year.
For that project. So,
Okay.
There's obviously a lot that goes into the planning and the design and the permitting. We started probably a year and a half before construction with the actual plans of, what exactly the development was going to look like.
Okay, wonderful. And so I guess my next question would be, when will you all be looking to start the construction and redevelopment of this once the lease is up in 2028? Or
That's right. Yeah. I mean, our goal is, the day after they move out, we're starting construction. And that's how we would try to sequence design, due diligence, permitting, make sure we have all of our approvals before they vacate. And I think it's February, March of 2028 when their lease expires.
Mhm.
So the plan would be to start construction right away after that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Although I appreciate that it's so much more, that it's gonna look nice, and the redevelopment will allow it to stay as M1 and we won't have to change it to heavy, we'll be able to keep it as light.
We don't have a heavy.
So we won't have to make an adjustment at all, like we would have if they
It would
kept
just
it.
be, it would stay light, yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. So those are great things. Does it offset the weight that it's gonna take on our services that we provide as far as Public Works and PD?
And a lot of that's staffing. So if it's full-time staffing versus using temp staffing, we've seen with the Frito-Lay building that was just outside the city, they utilize a lot of temp staffing, which equated to a lot of domestic related issues that came
Mhm.
out, and that was on the county, but oftentimes they would dispatch us as well because we're closer
Mhm.
than the county work. So, I mean, those are things that would have to be worked out in the end, and
But there are no like safety things that we can put in place to
No, but-
offset the weight, like camera requirements, fence requirements, like things to offset. I just want to make sure that, again, I like that it's going to look nice and I like that we don't have to make these changes, but all of that kind of is a moot point to me if our services can't keep up with it. I don't want to bring something in that we're not able to, or it's going to take away from our residents to put for this. And I appreciate it, but I just want to make sure that across the board, and since we have so much time, if there are things we can put in place to ensure that, I would like to have that included in whatever conditions we decide to put forth.
yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem, we could probably add uses to make sure that the fencing is up to a certain standard. We could also require lighting enhancements to it, and then perhaps even the video survey or video cameras as mentioned.
Okay, and then one last question, maybe for legal. Is there any way that we can, I always when a business comes in, and Mayor kind of slaps my hand about this sometimes, but sweeten the deal by offering some sort of preference to our residents if they apply, if you bring something to the city, I want our residents to be able to benefit. So can they get, as far as applications to work there or something?
Not as
that
part of
has to be-
zoning.
Hmm.
Not as part of zoning. Zoning is a constitutional issue, so either the property is constitutionally zoned or it's not. I think what you're referencing is perhaps if they want to go to the DDA or the URA and they wanted some type of development incentives
Partnership.
and they wanted some bond financing to help do it, then as a condition of the financing, the bond financing, we can put some parameters in there that will make certain that our citizens get some benefits in exchange for the bond documents and so the cheaper money that you can get through bond financing. That's where that will be appropriate. So you're on the right track. Just y'all aren't the entity to do that. That would be the DDA or the URA.
Okay, I just want to be able to speak to constituents and sweeten the deal as much as I can when I try to pitch it to them. Okay.
Now,
All right,
one
well,
thing
thank
that we
you.
could do, Mayor Pro Tem, is have our excellent economic development staff work out and identify the kinds of employees, workers that they're looking for, and then have her facilitate the ease of use of applicants applying and making sure that they know who is available as the workforce.
Okay, I like that. Thank you.
Mayor,
All right, any other,
yeah,
Councilwoman?
can I go after Councilwoman Fox?
Oh, that's Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Fox?
Yes, okay. Approximately how much property taxes are you guys paying? Because I typically look that up, but
What was the question? And I'm sorry.
property taxes, how much are you guys paying property taxes?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can probably look it up quickly and get back to you. Otherwise, we'll be prepared next
Okay.
Monday when we give our presentation to provide that.
Absolutely, I'll look it up as well, but you guys have it? Okay. Because normally that is included. Typically, I would look that up, I'm sorry. Also, your tenant, what is, I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Councilwoman
Because we-
Fox? Sorry.
Yes.
The letter here of intent says generates $242,000 in annual property taxes.
Okay. 225, average 225, okay. Thank you, Mr. Allen. You have to go through the proper channels to vacate, to issue a, I'm sorry, to basically tell your tenant to leave, right? So I know that what if they decide to change their mind and renew the lease? What is your?
Sure. That's a great question. So this tenant, Do It Best, is a national tenant of ours. I think we own 10 to 12 of their facilities. They were previously True Value facilities. When True Value filed for bankruptcy, Do It Best purchased their operating business. And as a part of that process, they assumed some of the leases of the existing facilities. Some of them they didn't take on due to redundancies, et cetera. So for this site specifically, they took on the lease with an expiration of, I think it's February or March of 2028. They don't have any renewal options or extension options. So they are, as soon as the lease expires, they are required to vacate. We hope that we don't have to go through an eviction process. I don't think we will, because we have a great relationship with them. And we've been having conversations with them just in terms of like long-term portfolio planning across the board. Their intent is to vacate, and they have a lease that memorializes that expiration date.
And your intent is for them to vacate as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I know you.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, look, it was kind of an unfortunate situation with the True Value bankruptcy, to be honest. They were under a lease until 2036 previously when they filed. So,
Okay.
you know, since that all happened, we've sort of been spending a lot of time trying to figure out what our long-term plans are. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Stocks, your intent, 100% desire is to not keep that building that is there now.
Yeah.
That's my personal intent, yes. You know, this is a very early stage. We have started concept planning. Typically, the way we handle these processes when we're doing redevelopments, which we've completed 2 in Atlanta, Metro Atlanta. We're under construction on 2 others. We'll start a marketing process, if you will, with a local broker, and we'll put out site plans, renderings, et cetera, and try to identify an end user as early as we can before we start construction. Right, so we'll run that process for a year, year and a half, however long it takes. You know, we can't represent to the broader community that this project is viable with our current zoning and the business overlay in Clayton County. And so that's why this is really important to us. As soon as we hopefully have the approvals, we'll start that process right away. All of the projects we've done in Atlanta to date, we've built speculatively without a tenant, because in many cases, these users need space quick. And so, you know, we make every effort to identify an end user before the building becomes vacant and we have to make a decision to redevelop. But the existing improvements are functionally obsolete for, I would say, 99% of industrial, institutional, you know, light assembly, warehousing type users in today's market. These buildings were built, I think, in the 70s. There's an expansion. I don't remember the exact dates, but you know, they built them much differently 50 years ago. Operationally, this building wouldn't work for a replacement user. And it's a huge building. When we redevelop, we're significantly reducing the density because we're laying out to be more functional with more parking, be able to accommodate more of ideally like a headquarters type institutional use versus, you know, something that's just a, you know, heavy manufacturing, if you will. You know, our goal is to attract, you know, very large tenants. We have a large tenant base, and they do tend to bring a lot of jobs, and they do tend to be tenants that sign 10, 15, 20-year long leases. So that's, you know, my personal hope is that, yes, we're going to find a tenant, you know, as soon as we get the approval, we're going to put this out in the market, and then we're going to identify an end user, and it becomes a built to suit for them. and we have everything signed before we start construction. That's the goal. So
My last question, Mayor.
Sure.
Are you looking to expand once you're done with this project here, right here in the city of Jonesboro?
expand. in what way?
Expand other projects, invest in other projects or other buildings that we may have available.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is our
Yeah.
city manager.
Yeah,
Get his
absolutely. I know. Yeah, we had a great chat on Friday. So
Okay.
yeah, any other opportunities that may be out there, would love to discuss them.
Okay,
So, yeah.
awesome.
Mayor.
Kearney, Councilwoman Kearney.
Okay, my only question was, you said that you had another, property in which you kind of already went through this process and y'all did the full construction. I was wondering if you could tell me what, city or county that happened in. If it is a city, I would like the, municipality, and if it's just, a county, cause it wasn't within a city, the municipality limits, like, yeah.
Mhm. We've completed one project in the city of Doraville. That was complete in, it was one of our first projects that we did when my group started, I think in 2016, 2017. We completed a project at the end of 2024 in Gwinnett County. It's Norcross, but it's unincorporated Gwinnett County. And we have a project under construction right now that straddles the county line between Gwinnett and DeKalb, and half of the site is in Doraville and the other half is in unincorporated Gwinnett. It's very complicated from a zoning and permitting standpoint. But all three of those projects are off of the 85 corridor northeast. And then we have another project closer to the airport that's under construction right now.
Okay,
And these are all redevelopments of old, 70s, 60s vintage industrial properties.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Clear over here. Everybody clear over there. Next on the agenda. Thank you all so very much.
Letter H, council to discuss conditional use permit application 26 CUP 004, requested by Hammer Delimited Partnership. The request is for a warehouse storage and distribution center corresponding and subsequent to the proposed annexation of the property from Clayton County to the city of Jonesboro, and proposed rezoning for heavy industrial in Clayton County to M1 light industrial in the city of Jonesboro. The property is located at 7600 Jonesboro Road, parcel number 12049A, A002, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236. The property consists of approximately 32.65 plus or minus acres.
So this item goes hand in hand with the one we just discussed. This would be if the mayor and council approve the annexation and the rezoning to continue with the warehousing / distribution center use in the city, you need a conditional use. So that would have to be the third step in this, if this was all to be fully approved. As far as conditions for warehousing and storage is listed in your staff report there. It meets all those different conditions, items 1 through 8 for section 86-617. There is some storage right now for the true value, like in the front and the side, but that can be dealt with the new plan in the future if they go that route. But as is, it could meet all the physical requirements of warehousing and storage for city requirements. So just want to bring that to your attention.
And Mayor and Council, one additional rezoning condition that you could consider is that once the annexation and rezoning occur, you could request that any of the tractor trailer storage that they are stacked up front, you could ask that that be moved. You could ask that the barbed wire fence that is an eyesore be mitigated somehow. You could ask for additional planting or landscape buffering along the front. So there are some sightliness rezoning conditions that you could put in place even before the redevelopment and reconstruction commence. And we would come back with a more thorough list of those after additional meetings with the parcel owner.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I guess that kind of clears up my first question. So we would put a conditional use in right now. We wouldn't, if we were to go with the whole, let's bring it in and we're gonna fix it up once the lease expires. We would just put a conditional use in, not change our zoning, but just allow them to function as they are for now until
Yes.
they rebuild.
Yes.
And then what is the timeliness of this? When is the county changes occurring? Like how quickly would we need to make this decision for them? When will they be kicked out or not fitting into the new zoning that the county is proposing?
Well, there's only one zoning they can fit in, so it has to be that light industrial with the city. So there's gonna be, can't be any zoning change after that. So the annexation and the rezoning are a simultaneous thing.
I guess my question is, how quickly does that need to occur? When is the county changing whatever caused this necessity to happen?
Pretty soon, they're changing their standards up there within the next couple of months, I believe.
Okay.
It's happening pretty quick.
I was just wondering how much time y'all have to go back and forth in, because I would like to have, if we have to keep it, because it was mentioned that if this is the first thing that one of the first things that people see, and if it's gonna have to stay like this until 2028 at least, I would like to see some things to clean it up, and I want to know how long y'all have to have that conversation.
I think in the next couple of months, the county is trying to push their overlay, North Gateway overlay or whatever it's called, through pretty quick. So
Okay. So yeah, if you could I definitely trust your expertise as far as the conditions that need to be put in place, but that would definitely be a stickler for me if we
Right.
were to go forward with this, is how can we make it look beneficial, like better now?
like right now.
Right now,
Mhm.
before the lease. I get what we're doing to make it look pretty later, but now.
Right. Mhm.
Get 'em.
Next, David, you finished? Okay, come on.
Letter I, council to discuss the corrections of clerical display errors to the Gateway South Overlay District, Article 5, Section 86 through 118 of the Jonesboro zoning code as displayed on official City Jonesboro zoning map.
All right, so this does go hand in hand with the next item, updating the zoning map, which has not been done in 2 years. Really needs to be done about twice a year. But anyway, we're moving toward that again. So there are quite a few on the zoning map, quite a few corrections need to be made. Some are more than others, some are just trivial stuff. But one of the ones that goes along with this item is the Gateway South overlay boundary. And I know that's been talked about quite a bit past few weeks, and Mr. Van Dyke came up to talk about it as well in the public comment section. Let me take you back down memory lane here for a second. Back in 2020, 2021, when I wrote this ordinance, and we adopted it in 2021, I think, and then we adopted an exhibit with it as well that showed the boundaries of the Gateway South. Now, the ordinance obviously was codified, and the geography part of this section, page 2 here, I'll read to you. Gateway South District overlay occurs along the entire southern city limits and its intersection with Terra Boulevard, South Main Street, and Turner Road, and running north along a line connecting intersections of Highway 54 and Terra Boulevard, South Avenue and Terra Boulevard, Batiste Park Road, and South Main Street, and Lane Terrace and Turner Road. This district is more specifically identified in the following figure entitled Exhibit A, Jonesboro Gateway South Overlay. So that ordinance was codified with that description of it. And then you had this map in there, the Exhibit A, which is also codified as well officially. What we've been talking about and what Mr. Van Dyke is talking about is the past several renditions of the zoning map that you guys approve from time to time did not graphically show the yellow line in his property and a couple of other properties, which are colored red for highway commercial there. It also extends over and as an error in omission to several what I call pink colored properties on the other side of South Main Street. have in your packet the correction to that, because I view it as a correction. I know some disagree. But to me, the zoning map should match what has been codified. It was already approved in this overlay and the exhibit from 5 years ago. So that is my stance on this. I know others disagree about this, and we'll have a discussion here in a second. But that's where I'm coming from as far as what I view as clerical or display errors to the zoning map as far as the Gateway South overlay is concerned. So now it's discussion time. So
Right here. My turn to go there. Y'all good?
Okay.
Good, go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I feel like I know a little bit about a lot, but this is a little confusion to me. So,
okay.
the red parts that do not have yellow lines,
Mm-hmm.
do those include Mr. Van Dyke's property
Yes. 251, I believe.
and the other two properties that were
Yes,
that he
ma'am.
spoke to?
Yes.
And
Actually, it's 4 properties: 255, 251, 241, 239.
the lack of yellow lines
Mhm.
means what?
I think it means a graphical error. Mr. Van Dyke and others believe it means their properties are excluded from the Gateway South overlay.
Okay. Putting the yellow lines there
Mhm.
beyond just correcting it, what other issue, if we were to leave the yellow lines not on there, what other issues would it be besides the fact that it just doesn't line up with what we had before?
If you were to leave the lines off, as in the Gateway South overlay did not exist there.
Just off of the red portion, yes.
Okay.
Because,
I mean, the Gateway South obviously is more restrictive than just basic zoning. As I pointed out to Mr. Van Dyke, we met with him and Faith and Councilwoman Fox several weeks ago. And then I did a follow-up email to him after that, and I pointed out several things to him, and I kind of pretended that the Gateway South didn't exist at all in any part of the city. And I explained to him what that meant for his zoning and what he's typically wanted to do there in the past. Auto repair, some warehousing, those seem to be his primary uses he wants for the property, which is fine. The problem is, and even he admitted this in the meeting we had, is the Gateway South happened, but our normal table of uses, which we will talk about in a couple items later, changes all the time. It changes like twice a year, once a year. So that document changes too. And certain things that are permitted uses sometimes become a conditional use or not allowed at all. So that document's constantly changing, to say nothing of the Gateway South. You just put that aside for a second, just focus on the zoning. So in the time he's been there for decades, warehousing and storage is no longer allowed in C2 zoning as an effort to try to clean up the city. And the auto repair is now a conditional use where it was permitted many years ago in the city. So let's say Gateway South never existed. He's still, to this day, if his grandfathering on, you know what grandfathering? Okay. The code says if a use lapses for more than 60 days, it's no longer grandfathered. You have to come up to modern standards. He admitted in that meeting that, yes, these old users went away. The new users, it was more than 60 days during that time. So the grandfathering lapsed. So even without Gateway South, you still got to go for a conditional use in front of you guys for auto repair again for a new user. And the warehousing is not allowed at all. You'd have to do the light industrial for that. So it's not an automatic, totally good answer for him if there's no Gateway South. You're still limited somewhat. So I pointed out some other uses he could possibly do that would meet both standards. There are some options for different technical schools and some other things on there. I think I forwarded you this email, I believe. And I understand what he's trying to do. I would be doing the same thing, trying to sell a property and move on. But it's not the panacea you think it is just because the Gateway South is gone. You still have to, certain uses nowadays, modern times, are not as allowable as they used to be. So there's not as many options as he may think, even with the Gateway South gone. So
Okay. Thank you for that.
that may have been clear as mud. I don't know, but
It helps me understand, so I appreciate that. I'll see if the other questions flesh out the rest of my understanding.
interestingly, he had back in 2022, after this ordinance was adopted, Mr. Van Dyke tried to have a vehicle repair place in there. Of course, I said the standards have changed. He filed for a zoning appeal, which you can do to appeal my decision. Went in front of this council. I'm not sure who was on there then, maybe Alfred Dixon and Tracy Messick, and got his appeal approved for vehicle repair at that property. So I don't know if that owner's still there or not, or whatever, the operator. But there is a process for doing this on a case-by-case basis where you don't have to necessarily re-alter the entire Gateway South and all this kind of drastic stuff. So there is a process for appeal for that where he could come to y'all with a new user and y'all could consider whether or not, vehicle repair could be there.
Even if it's a warehouse?
So it is an option.
Is it even if it's a warehouse or only if it's a automotive, because automotive was allowed still?
I would say the warehouse, maybe. I mean, you can appeal anything. You may not get it.
Yeah.
He could possibly do an appeal on that, depending on the nature of the storage and how big it was, things like that. I would say you could probably have a chance to appeal anything, but doesn't mean you're going to get it.
Mm-hmm. But it could fit and still conform into light, and not just for him, but for anybody, conform into the M1 light that the previous people were just talking about.
See, we get on
Tell me if I'm making
the messy part of this is he's been here a very long time, so we're trying to accommodate him. I'm still trying to honor the code as well. For new users, just totally coming new to the city, I would say no.
Okay.
But he's kind of caught in that in between of,
Yeah.
and I understand.
Okay. Thank you for explaining it to me.
Mayor, okay, so here's my logic behind this, right? I personally went to the location, and that's what all of my text messages was about, and my emails, the long email that I sent, so that we wouldn't spend all night talking about this. So hopefully you guys had a chance to do it. To recap, the logic is, or the concern is, Mr. Van Dyke property occurred, can we pull up that map? Mr. Train, can we pull up that map on the screen so everybody can see it? His property is right in the middle of already existing body shops, right? That's why I'm proposing that we move it up, because he's at the tail. The two properties are literally at the tail. You can say at the end or at the beginning of the overlay district. So by moving it up approximately 150 feet or 200 feet, then this is not a conversation per se. But if the zoning changes for him or he's not grandfathered in, another business can't just move in with everything else already existing around them. So it's either everybody change or nobody change, in my opinion. I could be wrong. But because of where his property sits right in the middle of the other two, and you guys saw in your email that I sent to you earlier, the other two properties, because I wanted to make sure that we didn't just make a change for him, but the other businesses were in agreement and not being in the overlay, because it would affect them as well, as it's not fair to change it for him and not consider the others. And that's why, so I went to the property, took the pictures, because even if you stuck something, a school there, for example, technical school, like Mr. Allen stated, everything there that's existing is already built for automotive, is already built for that. So what do we do with that?
Mayor.
Yes, well, was that a question for him or just for us?
Well, that was for y'all.
Okay, so my question to that is, can you just please give me like the meat and potatoes of this? Because I'm really trying to understand here where the issue lies, and I'm also trying to understand like what exactly is his ultimate goal and what's stopping him from doing that exactly.
He can't sell the property right now because when he originally bought the property, it was one zone. As Mr. Allen stated, it has changed over the years. he stated that he was not notified of the change. He found out of the change when he went to go sell his property and realized that he couldn't sell it for what his intended use is for.
Wait, okay, so which zoning and then which zoning did it become?
Well,
What would it?
Let me clarify a little bit. It's technically did not change zoning. What an overlay is, if you have a piece of property that's zoned a certain way, an overlay is like an extra layer of conditions or requirements you put on top of that. It doesn't really change the underlying zoning. So he's always been C2 highway commercial as far as I know. But yes, the Gateway South coming along 5 years ago put a extra layer of requirements on top of his property and other properties.
Which,
So the zoning didn't really change.
okay, which are like, what are these extra requirements that are stopping him from selling the property?
It limits the certain uses. The Gateway South is intended to basically make our southern area more pretty. Take out, not talking about him, but there's a lot of trashy properties down there, not Mr. Van Dyke's, but a lot of trashy properties down there, to try to improve that area, target it for reinvestment, think about different new things to put down there to make it a lot better, like LTI and the townhomes and various things going on down that way, to try to have a real vision for it for the future, not just settle for what's always been down there. Again, no offense to Mr. Van Dyke. So it limits the number of
Body shops?
tire shops, things of that nature. It has some certain architectural standards for new buildings and things like that. So it's really trying to make that entrance into the southern part of the city nice in the future. So it does limit some of your more heavy manufacturing things, loud things, tires piled up and various things like that. It really tries to limit those. Now, the people that are grandfathered in are moving right along and they're fine. They're not going to be touched. But if a building went dormant for like 6 months or something, somebody couldn't come in and do those same old, what we call less desirable uses. They would have to come up with something that aligned itself with the Gateway South overlay. So it's trying slowly to improve things down there with better uses, better looks, better aesthetics, things like that.
Okay, so, but he's trying to resell his property as, I guess, what it already is, he's
Yes.
just trying to get out of it, and he can't kind of do that because of our new overlay, or is
Yes, he
existing
lost his
overlay.
grandfathering and now he would have to come up to the overlay. I wish he had not lost the grandfathering. This would make this a whole lot easier. So.
251, if you see on the map. You got 239, 241, his property is 251. So that part could potentially change where it goes to a new owner. And from my understanding, several people have been applied, but have been denied because of the overlay, right? So it's not necessarily sitting vacant, but part of the property, I believe, is sitting vacant because he has several tenants in there. So once everybody move out, if they move out, then it's going to be very difficult for him to sell, which means that that property may just sit vacant because, again, the intended use of what is built, someone would literally have to come in and do what the previous occupant is doing, is start over. We still have to contend with 239, 241, and 255. My proposal, again, is moving the overlay up a little bit, and where it would start at 255, because I went to 255 and it's pretty much almost nothing there. Like that whole building needs to be tear apart, and they didn't care whether or not they were new overlay or not overlay.
Mary? So are you trying to, I'm just trying to make sure.
What you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I still had a question for either you or Mr. Allen. So what you're trying to do with moving this up, 150 feet or so, is this gonna be taking away the yellow dashes, or is it gonna be what is it gonna be exactly?
So right now, the top is what the zoning map shows. So graphically, no, obviously, since there's no yellow stripes on those red properties, it would look the same for those 4 red properties there.
Okay, well, what he's trying to do is like basically skip his property so that it's yellow dashes on 239 and 241, and it's just no yellow stripes on 251 and 255.
Right.
No.
The bottom is how it should look, if it was revised, to adjust to what was adopted 5 years ago, but the top is currently what the situation is.
So Councilman Kearney, Mayor, may I? So 239 and 241 and 251 is saying that they don't want the yellow stripes. That's what the attachments to the emails are. I spoken to them, got their statement saying that they're okay with not having the yellow stripe.
Okay, a few questions. One, how do those statements, are they written, emailed?
Yeah, they're emailed.
Okay.
It's an attachment to you guys.
And then I know it was a lot.
Yep, I know.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And then I guess my question, again, y'all know I always try to strike a balance. I want to help Mr. Van Dyke. He's been here quite some time, coming in the city in general, but coming to the council about this issue. But also, if the idea and intent behind this was to enhance the city of Jonesboro, I don't want to cut that at the knees either. And so I guess my question would be, if we follow your suggestion and reduce those extra requirements that the overlay brings, how do we start the process to beautifying that portion?
I wanted to talk to Ms. Allen. We can add conditions, right? Because we are the governing body. We can make changes to the zoning and we can add conditions. I also wanted Attorney Wiley to speak to, because like Mr. Allen says, he calls it a correction. Technically, it doesn't, that we would be adding the overlay, because technically the overlay right there doesn't exist.
But they spoke to it, right?
So
Go ahead, Attorney
the
Wiley.
current map, and Mr. City Manager is pointing to the original intent. The intent was, you see the bottom map that has the yellow lines all across the red and the pink. That was the intent, but that was not what was adopted. What was adopted is the current, where the yellow lines, which represent the gateway overlay, were not adopted for the red or the pink. And so what our planning director calls a clerical error, it does, but it has legal implications. And it is up to the governing body to adopt a map that reflects its intent. And so what is being proposed to you all is to adopt the bottom map next week, and you have your hearing, but this is what they're proposed to match what was intended, make the map and the intention jive. Currently, though, on the top map, as you can see, the yellow hash marks represent the gateway overlay. I don't care what we intended. What does the map say? The map says that this property is currently not in the gateway overlay. And so what I'm hearing Councilwoman Fox say is that she's proposing to move the overlay lines, a hash mark line, somewhere other than what the bottom map shows, what staff is recommending. Does that make sense?
Mayor? Okay, Mayor.
So just a point of context too, the gray on top of to the north of the red is the start of the historic district. It's also where the Fox Trail townhomes are going to be. So I think there's some consideration there with the aesthetics and stuff of these properties. Again, no offense to Mr. Van Dyke and the other owners, but again, in the future, making them look nicer. Something I thought about just now, maybe I need to ask Mr. Van Dyke this, in terms of grandfathering, put you on the spot here. When you said it was vacated for longer than 60 days, you had several tenants in there, right?
There was actually one owner of the businesses.
So the other ones are still active.
And what happened is,
But you had several repair businesses on the one property, yes? Two.
sure, one up in the front part of the building.
Did they both leave for more than 60 days? Or did one leave and one stay?
One stayed, the other one, the partnership dissolved, the business.
So the one that stayed Are they still there?
Okay.
Can he come to the mic for the record, please?
So what I asked, and I'll defer to, I'll put Ms. Wiley on the spot here again tonight. He had several tenants in there with the use of auto repair. One left, lost their grandfathering, one stayed. So in terms of the property, and I don't know if this applies to new tenants or not coming in there, in terms of the property, there has still been a continuous auto repair use. There are new tenants coming and going, but overall, there's an auto repair use, according to Mr. Van Dyke, that has still been not interrupted by virtue of that one person staying and one going. Does that still constitute grandfathering?
I would need to see some dates, but one of the things, the 2022 appeal decision that this body made for vehicle repair, what's this? Are you saying that the map, the gateway map came after that or was in place?
It was in place. So the appeal was for a specific use. It doesn't change the zoning, but yeah, it was, he was awarded that appeal for that specific user, and I don't even know they're there anymore in 2022 after this was adopted in 2021.
So I didn't see that for a specific user. I see that, when I read that, I didn't see that was only for, it said no conditions.
Okay.
It said that the vehicle repair was allowed with no conditions. That's the letter that I read. And so is the current concern of Mr. Van Dyke that he wants to do vehicle repair out in and we don't allow that in the gateway overlay?
Not now, no. However, if you're following where I'm going with this, regardless of whether a certain tenant comes and goes and another one comes in, if they're all under the umbrella of auto repair that never truly quit totally, are they all grandfathered? I'm sorry
To be continued.
make you tired tonight.
You're not making me tired. I just don't want to publicly say. I want to take that question under advisement.
Okay.
Okay.
Because we have until next Monday. Let me take that under advisement because I don't want to say anything publicly that might. Let me just put that in writing to y'all.
Mr. I know you came up front. Did you have something to say or you just listening? The clerk asked him to come up. Okay.
So
Thank you, Mr. Van Dyke.
if,
Okay.
big if, there may be a way to accommodate him without messing up the gateway overlay.
Right.
Okay.
And Mayor, that was the other question that I had from Mr. Allen as well as our city manager possibly, because I don't want to mess up our economic development stuff, but I do want to make sure, he has the opportunity to do what he needs to do. So if possible, can we just skip his property on the yellow stripes and still move forward with the other properties being striped?
Not really, but
Yeah.
if,
No.
big if that went his way, you may not have to.
Okay. Okay.
So, quick question, Mayor, may I?
Yes. Can I ask one question just before I forget? So once you take your legal advisement, I don't know if you want to entertain this and we don't have to. When does grandfathering ever go away?
If the property was totally vacated for
Okay, so
that use for
everyone-
60
Okay,
days.
so we would
from
have to
one.
have everyone, not partial. Okay,
Everyone.
that's-
And that is my point.
Okay,
Because
that's
it's
all- okay.
like, it's because it's not everyone, but
I'm just a little slow, so it's. I
to
get it.
add to that, that's the thought process that I'm thinking too, Mayor, because it's just like, okay, his property's right in the middle, you know what I mean? So we would have either everybody or nobody. But to that, 251, that's only one partial ID, correct? So if it's one partial ID, I mean, I'm thinking with my business mindset here, are we separating partials for businesses? No, right? So that means that, and I know you still have to do your legal assessment, Attorney Wiley, but I'm just thinking as I have my realtor hat right now, it's one address.
Right.
So the business that has stayed underneath that same address.
Same as a barber shop with several booths inside it.
That's what I'm saying. So then logically, with my real estate hat on, he would be grandfathered in and it would be continuing. I'm just saying. Okay.
Another thing.
No guarantees, but we will think along those lines.
Another thing to consider if you have your real estate hat on, if all 4 or 5 of those property owners went together and did an assemblage to do a higher and better use than auto repair, warehousing, or storage, the property owners would have, you know, a better payday with a higher and better use. So it could be that with those 4 or 5 properties, having a large subdivision or a large townhome community right to the north of it and surrounded by other residential areas, a retail or a service or a food-centric business right there may be a higher and better use than what has traditionally been done.
More property
Which would
tax dollars.
also accomplish the aims of the Gateway South.
And maybe a future user might be, but I don't know if Mr. Van Dyke's interested in that, but we could maybe get to that step at some point, so. Okay, well, that's my Gateway South item.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience. Good. I hope you feel good, Mr. Van Dyke.
Yeah.
All right, next on the agenda, David, are we still with you?
Yep.
Letter J, council to discuss the readoption of the official City of Jonesboro zoning map, number 26 REZ 002, as required by section 86 through 74 of the Jonesboro Code of Ordinance, including all recent map amendments, activity, corrections of general clerical errors, and necessary clerical corrections to the Gateway South Overlay District.
Oh, go ahead. So the Gateway South we just discussed is just one part, obviously, of the zoning map. If we were, and again, big if we were to find a solution for Mr. Van Dyke, I would prefer that the Gateway South look as it was intended while we're going ahead and adopting the zoning map again. So that'd be my preference there. Other changes, we've had no map rezoning since the second half of 2024 when I was here last, believe it or not. That's kind of surprising. Other changes, clerical type changes, change the name of White Line Street on the map to Star Drive. That was changed last year, I believe. Along Fayetteville Road at the tip down there, where the gas station is, there's some missing zoning classifications. It's a white space. It should not be there. There is no white space zoning. It should be, the zonings I have at O and I and C2. I don't know why that little glitch was there. New Dawn Court is not on the zoning map still. That's that little private drive of Miss Dawn Murray there. Streets in the Grove subdivision are not labeled. Other corrections on the legend, just some renaming of a couple of zoning items. The heavy black line that shows the city limits, a maroon color, minor change. Obviously change the adoption date, change the city manager's name from Cedric Hill to Blue Cole.
Right.
And then change the date, of course. So those are the fairly minor, beyond the Gateway South changes that need to be made to the zoning map to have it readopted.
Council, any questions?
I just want to say thank you for finding these errors.
Yeah.
For coming in and getting them done. I really appreciate it. 'Cause
Me too.
some of it is a little worthy of making me very appreciative. So thank you so much.
No problem.
Can this go to the consent agenda, or does it require a hearing? Require a hearing, okay, that's what I thought.
Where's the map? That's what I was just. Where's the map?
I'm hoping Dr. Bailey was the one doing the map over the years. He is doing it now. He unfortunately was hospitalized for a couple of days. I'm still hoping to get it by next week. If not, we'll obviously delay it, but you will have that, I'm hoping, by next Monday. So sorry about that.
Council to discuss text amendment number 26 TA 001 regarding further revisions and updates to the table of uses allowed by zoning district, section 86 through 204 of Article 6. Conditional uses, chapter 86, zoning of the City of Jonesboro Code of Ordinances.
All right, so you may have seen this from time to time. I don't know, this table of uses, which has about 40 pages of uses and how they align with all our different zoning districts, whether it's permitted, not permitted, or requires a conditional use. This has not been updated in quite some time, but this is what they call a living document. This thing should be updated every year, sometimes twice a year. We're always tweaking it somewhat, adding some new uses, getting rid of some antiquated uses. And this kind of really, the focus of this time is three things here. Number one, we had this nice little loophole that Faith caught with the data processing use, where you could use that to justify a data center possibly. So we clarified that greatly and excluded data centers and things of that nature now. So that loophole was closed. We had a meeting with several ladies about a month ago about making certain areas, especially in the downtown, more business friendly to certain kinds of uses. So we changed quite a few uses in this table of uses to permitted uses for stuff that's like not real bad or noisy or a nuisance to anybody. Quite a few were conditional use. They're now permitted uses, things of that nature. So we're trying to make it more business friendly, especially in the historic downtown. And then more importantly, and this kind of really goes along with what we were talking about with the Gateway South, was really starting to rethink M1 light industrial zoning in the city. Yes, we do have the warehouses on the north part of town. We got quite a few of these purple light industrial zonings on the south part of town where, I mean, let's face it, we're probably not going to have a big factory or warehouse in those areas. So how can we really kind of rethink those areas? Could it be some larger scale commercial, like a technical school, things like that, or some of those buildings that are sitting on industrial property right now? It doesn't necessarily have to automatically be factories or warehouses. It could be possibly something different than that. So we started to include quite a few uses that weren't normally in the light industrial as a permitted use on there to kind of maybe try to reinvigorate those properties in the future. So that was the main three things we were trying to accomplish with this table of uses. All the different uses we changed this time are in bold red, so you can see what changed there. And I'll take any questions if you got them.
Any questions?
Thank you.
This requires a hearing.
Yes.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah, it was advertised, yes.
Thank you so much. And everything's been advertised appropriately.
Yep.
All right, hang out with us a little bit more. LM, are yours?
Letter L, council to discuss text amendment 26TA002 regarding further revisions and updates to Article 6 conditional uses, Chapter 86 zoning of the City of Jonesboro Code of Ordinance, corresponding to revisions and updates to the table of uses allowed by zoning district, Section 86 through 204.
So the zoning table uses we just talked about, all the different changes in red on there have to correspond to the conditional use section. And then the next item we'll talk about is the additional conditional use section. Every time I change a P or a C or whatever on the table I just showed you, I have to make the same change in these. So all this does is reflect what we changed in the table of uses I just showed you.
Council, any questions?
Go.
Any questions? Next on the agenda.
Letter M, council to discuss text amendment 26TA003 regarding further revisions and updates to Article 17, additional conditional uses, Chapter 86, zoning of the City of Jonesboro Code of Ordinances, corresponding to revisions and updates to the table of uses allowed by zoning district, Section 86 through 204.
Ditto what I just said.
Right.
Letter N, council to consider a request for proposal of Key Street Park redevelopment.
So Mayor and Council, this was brought to us or brought back to us by Councilman A. Dixon. There has been a request to begin using and utilizing the park space over off of Key Street a little more than we have been. Part of that is going to be just reimagining the space. Right now, it is a baseball field and then a sloping, falling away of just green space that runs up into Carriage Lane, which goes from Key Street down to, I believe, Lake Jotico. This would just be a process to direct staff to begin the development of an RFP to solicit ideas and design options and other opportunities that we could use down there. I suspect that once we start looking at Key Street and then start looking at the other parks, we're going to identify that there are more places that we need to have this kind of visioning. So, forewarning, it may grow from Key Street Park to a master park plan for the city, should the council decide to go in that direction. So, but just to reiterate back to this point, this just asks council to allow staff to look at developing an RFP for future uses for Key Street Park.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Councilman Dixon, so much for this. I know the gentleman came up earlier. I am definitely in support of this, but I want us to think if it needs to be something larger. Right now, we have $850,000 that have been approved to move through the appropriation phase for fiscal year 27 for Massengale Park, which is a significant amount of money for that one. When we were talking about projects, if we were looking at this, this would be a project that we would submit. You could get this information in through the RFP, invest the money to get the plan. We would just have to, sometimes you get the funding from it first, and then you do the RFP, so no one feels as though they're written into the funding. But this would be a project that I think would be great. I do feel like it is worth, we have 2 parks that are existing now that need significant amount of work. We requested $500,000 for CDBG, but we're only given $250,000. And so council, we have one more quote coming before you in September, asking for $250,000 to complete it so we don't just piecemeal that park. $500,000 will do a total rehaul over Massengale, and then we will Battle Creek, and then we will focus on Massengale. So I just kind of want to put that in context of the properties that we have and see if we want to combine this, as you were saying, to a master plan so that we can go ahead and get ahead of the $850,000 that we're hopefully going to get approved through the physical budget for Massengale Park. Now, the thing that we cannot do is switch that funding and apply it to another park. It has to be for that park. And all of those are written heavily on the fact that our parks are not ADA accessible or inclusive. And so making sure that we meet those standards.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to make sure. So, our approval is needed to move forward with the planning of RFP, and y'all probably answered this already, but there has to be our permission in order to plan an RFP. I'm just wondering.
Not necessarily. I mean, it does. I think we just do it to make sure we're going the right direction, so we're not investing time, and then you all say we don't want to. Like we could do it, but I think it's just to get a consensus. Are we doing an RFP for something that we would be invested in for the city?
Okay, gotcha. And then I just wanted to ask some questions. I know this is probably just a preliminary drawing, but I'm just like wondering if I'm looking at this realistically, the future Key Street Park. So this looks like a lot of different things, and I'm just wondering if that space can fit all of these different things, or is it a little bit more narrow than that? Like, I see the splash pad, I see the skate park, basketball court, tennis and pickleball courts. So I'm just wondering, like, what's realistic? I know right there, right now, it looks more like the athletic field, because I do see like the cages for what is it, like the batting and stuff, like out there?
I don't think this is built to scale. So
Okay.
so it may not be include that. I think it's just like a draft. But again, the things that we have funding for might be elements of this we want to move toward Massengale Park, because fingers crossed, we've been very successful that next year we'll be looking at money. So that's why I said I think maybe some brainstorming and some planning with us as a team at our retreat would be something to just determine and then move forward with the RFP. But I know I was thinking for the other one, because we have that park L's into the North Avenue, and maybe that's something that we demo and then we utilize that, and it's an intergenerational park. So I don't think, my personal opinion is that we can't look at this in isolation. Now, can we get the grass cut and maybe a water source over there quickly so they can begin to utilize the field for football? I don't have a problem with that. I do need to talk to the attorney to see, as far as liability purposes, I'm not really sure do we own Key Street Park?
We do.
Yes, ma'am.
We do own it,
Mayor,
okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We do.
When I first saw this email come through from Councilman Dixon, I actually called Parks and Recs and talked to Director Horn, and she did say like that is not, and then because they had to look into it as well, but we do own it.
Yeah, and I think with us owning it, I need to go look and see if that's a property listed up under our liability insurance. I don't recall seeing it, but I definitely want to double check because it may just be a property that we're not insured. And if we're going to invite kids to play on it consistently and cut it to a point where then we need to look at some liability for that.
And then, Mayor,
Mhm.
last question I think for me. So are we doing anything with this week or next week? I'm just wondering.
Other than just have conversations.
I think to have conversation, but before I just felt like to have a RFP exclusive for Key Street Park and there's no immediate funding down the pipe, would we want to consider a broader RFP for something that we know more than likely we're going to get funding for? Councilman Dixon, you brought this up, so I'm definitely not taking it away.
I'm loving the feedback, loving to hear, just the thoughts that are coming with this. So I appreciate it. And I appreciate the options that you raised as far as just making sure that we have the fields cut, that there is a water source out there. I know another thing that we may need to look into is the lighting out there on the fields. So I'll be working with Georgia Power. I know that's on the agenda as well for Lee Street Park. But with that being said, like, I would be open, and I would actually love like a full master plan of all of our parks that would go into this. But what type of changes can we share with the residents that they'll be, looking forward to seeing? Like you said, the upkeep of the grass. I know that's in one of the contracts. I'm just trying to see like how soon can these youth or the athletes get out there on the field to utilize the courts or the parks?
I think the first thing we need to make sure that it's one of our insured properties when we're encouraging or consenting for a group to come, and then work with Attorney Wiley to see if are we opening this as just a public park and first come, first serve? Or are we going into agreement with a particular team saying, I know there was some mentioning about bringing recreation to Jonesboro, so I think just the capacity that the park will be open. The easiest to just open it as a public park, first come, first serve. But we also need to make sure that property is listed as a covered usage. Because right now, so when we list it with our insurance, it has to be listed as a park or a parcel of land because the liability is different. So I think we would need to check into that. And I think, City Manager, we could probably make some calls to Seville to see we have the parcel number. I remember looking at the parcels, but I don't recall if I could be wrong. So I definitely want to clarify that. Once we get that information, we could talk to the Attorney Wiley to see because there's nothing now that says you can't go there. Like somebody can just go. The only thing that's been inhibited anybody, the grass hasn't been maintained.
Right.
So
Yes, Mayor, if I may. So I
Please.
think designating and opening it as a park provides the necessary liability. Under Georgia law, there's the Recreational Property Act that says that when governments open a park, don't charge, and it's open for recreational use, then you have immunity from claims from ordinary negligence. And so actually having it open and operating as a
safest.
park actually gives us immunity. I think just having it open and no type of, probably just having it as some property that we own might have more, there'll be more liability. So the law does afford immunity to local governments who open up properties for recreational uses and free of charge.
So how would we look to see that? I don't know if it's ever been opened up as a park. I know at one point it was, but it might have been 50 years ago.
Y'all just declare it open to that. Y'all can declare it open. It's
Okay,
a
so we
park.
declare it open as a park now.
Declare it next
Okay.
week.
I don't know, do y'all want to just declare it like as is a park?
So, and
City
I have a
manager said
question,
wants
too.
to do it next week, so I defer.
That's what I was thinking.
So I have a question when it comes to lights. You want to go ahead?
I'm all right with it until we get somebody to come own it, buy it. Come invest in it and then give them a namesake. Because you can't create as a namesake. Okay, so I'm just asking because I haven't been over there lately. We can open it. Do we need a motion to tell me, Attorney Wiley, that this is a little shocker?
Right, so, I'm gonna defer to what city manager suggested we take care of this next week in a more formal way, and I agree with him. And so, what I will state though, is that the government, the Georgia General Assembly wants to encourage local governments to have recreational spaces, right? So, there's an immunity that's given to local governments who open up these spaces from ordinary negligence claims. So if someone slips and falls, then there is an immunity. That doesn't mean someone won't make a claim and you won't have to go through that process. But ordinarily, you have immunity from those type of things. And obviously, the policy behind that is to encourage local governments to provide recreational spaces for your citizens. That does not mean nor negate any desire to put this under our insurance just in case. If you want to do that, we can talk to civils about doing that. I'm not sure what that would do to our immunity, but.
And we may not, like I said, I didn't remember seeing it on there, so thank you for clarifying. My only thing is that because if we open it officially as a park, we don't have standard things in place like the signage that we use to identify the rules of our park. And I would want that unless we can open it from a certain time to a certain time. You know, chief there is no lighting, so it has to be probably a set time that it closes. And so if you would just give our team just about a week or so, just kind of go look at it and see. But I definitely don't want to declare it as a park and we don't have our approved or policy rules that were approved by previous council. But I mean, we can't open it, whatever pleases the council. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to throw in there, even before we got here, just the conversations about what we want this park to be. I know we kind of have ideas already about Massengale and Battleground because they're already existing, but this being just like free, open land, I would just like to have some community buy-in or involvement, especially in that area, because I feel like it's a little unique, the demographic of individuals we have over there. And so I would just like some buy-in as to what would best be suited for that area. And so even in line with when we're going to open it, just an idea to contemplate is maybe having a community event out there where we welcome the community and kind of get their thoughts about what they want that space to be. And then that could also be the soft launch of said park where we could discuss the park hours, or we can make like a community event. And I'll be open to taking that on as much as I can. If that's just something to consider, we don't have to have any answers to it tonight. But I would just like some community buy-in, just to see what would be better, what they would prefer at that park as well. We don't have to go with it, but at least it would let us know.
Was there anything in the comprehensive plan about parks? I didn't see the survey. I didn't read it. I just wondered if there was any data from there.
There was a general thought process and mentions of having park space or additional green space.
Okay.
And we can also add it too because it's still in the draft.
Okay. All right, council, hear me out. No one loves a park more than I do, and I like when there's a natural need and it brings it forth. But I do feel like sometimes we have knee-jerk, hurried reactions to put some things in place. I would love what you said, but hearing everything that we said, getting that done in 30 days, I'm not sure if we can do that.
Mayor.
So I know what we want to get done and get it available for the guys, for the children to get on there. I have no problem with it. But I think when we get larger pictures and things, that's when I need to go back to, I would like to go back to originally what Councilman Dixon said and what city manager said. Let's look at all of them together and collectively and get a vision in our head of some options with funding, because everything is going to be driven by funding. So I'm okay with next week recommending that we do whatever is necessary to open the park and then lay out a plan over the next 6 months to formalize what could be there as we move into the RFP. Just my comments. But unless you want to just take 100% of it on, and then you can start today.
Mayor, I got some. No, just I guess a question, just a clarity point for Mayor Pro Tem's point. I have been speaking with Mr. Derry Walker with Code Enforcement. We spoke about the Beautification Commission and just having different things out there at that park to spearhead interest and gather the input that we're looking for. A lot of the the amenities and things that you see on this park have come from the residents out there that stay close to the park. Some of the desired amenities that are listed came directly from them. So I'm totally in agreement with you. I think Mr. Walker is, ready to hop on that as well. It all depends on what direction that we would like to go
You ready
in.
to hop on what? I'm sorry.
Like just different, like the beautification events, like how we have the community
yeah.
block parties and stuff like that, right? I think we did one maybe like last year at Keystone. So just bringing it back over there, but to that park area.
Yeah, and I think that's okay. I'm just thinking of different things, like we'll need trash receptacles over there. Do we just slide out some Herbie Gerbers? I don't think so. I mean, I think there's some things that we need to order. We had a big old issue about water, not issue rightfully so, but a concern about water from here, but then we open up another part that has no water source and encouraging people to come practice. So I think it can be done, but I think we just need to do it smart and wisely, regardless of the liability, so that we have something. Now, we can just cut the grass and they can go out there and start playing. But if there are some other things to consider, like do we put benches out there? I know they have those cement things, adding it to the, all of our lawns and parks are treated. So we would have to add that. I would want that one treated as well. They treat it for mosquitoes and I think insects, and there's a type of treatment that we give for that. But definitely, like I said, things that I don't know who would take that project on, like, we need trash cans. I think there would need to be some parking signs over there that says, because it's no designated parking space. So I think for safety, we would need parking on this side of the road or something. That's why I said, if Chief could go over there and look at that, because I don't know which way they would, because it's a one-way in, or then you go out. It's not really a parking lot. It's a parking lot toward the front, towards Stately Oaks.
We're fast approaching the need for a parks
Mr. Chief, anybody?
It's coming.
But then also think about, if we open it as a park, are we required to have handicap space, identify handicap spots, So there are like just other things that we have to think about. Because 2 years ago, I never would have thought about all these things. But going through what we go through now, like opening up a park and then not having handicap spaces, not having a ramp, even the step up from the curb to the grass and things like that.
Even in that area of the field where you would park outside the baseball field, it has ruts where erosion has occurred and things like that. We would need to at least get smoothed out and addressed before we allow people to park. Even though we have that immunity, we know the problem exists.
Well, the immunity, not for known conditions that are known.
Thank
that
you.
It doesn't apply to that. So let me just be clear. Simple negligence, ordinary negligence, not nuisances.
And I'm not sure if locally there is, I don't know, just someone that can come in and give us a general overlay of what the immediate things. Like I said, I'm thinking water, consideration of handicap parking and any ramps to get there, as well as trash. And I think there was one other thing. And then I would want the park rules posted so that if kids begin or anybody begin to hang out there overnight, do we put something separate for that particular location because it's a little pulled off. And then, like you said, lighting. So now we're kind of confined to close it at dusk.
Can the lighting be included in the OPB or it's too late?
Probably too late. But we're talking to them tomorrow at 3. So we can ask. Have not because you asked not. But if it's not, I promise you we can get it in the grant next year.
So, Mayor, just a good question. So if our desire is to go ahead and try to get this park open for public use as soon as possible, what is realistic in regards to having for next week?
I don't think we can realistically have it. Just, the city manager has a number of things. I'm looking at his to-do list to add. Again, when we have these ideas and people come for us, it just takes time. The ball doesn't move as fast. It took us 3 months for the tennis courts, and we were moving by the time you get them in, evaluate them, and things like that. But my thoughts are maybe September, because the priorities are getting signs up for the rules. I would like a water source there, particularly, if everything that was said about Lee Street Lee Street Parking, we're still working on that. How we're going to do trash receptacles. I don't want to just roll out some curbs. There are trash that can be erected into the ground. And then just also looking at parking. It's just like we consider anytime we have a business come in, the first thing we say is, what does parking look like? Just for the safety of children getting in and out, because there isn't a designated parking space. I can imagine that it's a gravel-based space, but that's not, and even if it's just no more than just delineating the parking space with those chains that go into the ground and have the small, you guys ever seen them at the older things or something like that? But I do feel like we need to invest something other than just cutting grass, which means that we would need to go figure out where we have, a couple $1,000s hanging around.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't, just with all of our different priorities, I really don't see September. I'm gonna be honest, Councilman Dixon, and maybe you can tell me exactly what at minimum you're looking for, but I'm really thinking more October for this, maybe even November. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess I'm, like I said, I appreciate the clarity and the feedback. So just trying to understand, like, what at minimum do we need, so that our youth or just members of the community can go out there and utilize the court. So I hear signage for the rules.
I feel like there needs to be signage. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I hear signage for the rules. We have benches. I'm hearing benches. I'm hearing lawn treatment, water sources, lighting. I'm just trying to understand, like, what can we do as a board, or what can we ask the community do to help us out in making sure that we see this open in September?
A miracle? No, I'm just, I'm just saying, really realistically, we can keep pushing stuff on staff and telling them to produce quality, or spread it out in a reasonable time. Like, this would be a project that we would designate a staff member to coordinate. It would be a significant amount of work from the city manager. I need some stuff from the police chief as well. We may end up bringing in, I can't think of the name, but I'm concerned about making sure that, I know there's a parking thing. I know there has to be some handicap accessible type things. So I can't really gauge, I thought we were here for a RFP. So I can't give you that information. It would take 2 weeks to kind of just line that up for you to come back. I don't think we would be able to have it by next week. If minimally y'all want to open it and just say, hey, it's open and cut the grass, then that's at the leisure of the council. That's at the pleasure of the council. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. So we can do that. And then we don't have to, they can bring their own water. Huh? Correct. In Grays.
Yeah. All right, Mary.
Right. Giddy up.
I just want to make sure the liability side of the house, because if we are saying that this park is now open, like, legally, I want to make sure, like, even if it's just for people playing, I want to make sure we're cool, like, we're good.
I think we are legally, but you want to give us a memo just to.
Yeah, I can do a memo on the limits of the that recreational property act that gives you immunity. But again, that's for simple negligence. So if there are divots or holes, or there are things that we need to take care of aesthetically to ensure that there are no nuisance-like conditions, and we should go ahead and do that and take care of that. But I certainly could get a memo by next Monday.
I don't know. I'm looking at staff like I can't speak for you all, but asking them to do a survey of all of this by next Monday, I think is a lot. Now, don't we have some special call meetings later on in the month? The 25th. Now, I think it might be reasonable to get some more information from the various departments to kind of get out there and look and bring it back to us by August 25th. Is that the next special call meeting? Can't we add anything to that agenda now? We can still add to that agenda? Yes. And then we pulled the team together, and everybody, all hands on deck, looking at Mr. Allen, looking at Ms. Akuta, looking at Chief. And we just kind of divide and conquer like we do and get it out there. We do have some things coming off our plate. 100 Gloria Drive should be rolling off. So there's capacity, but if you want it open next week, I don't think so.
Gotcha.
Are you okay with that? It's just kind of, this is new hearing about that, just giving us a chance to kind of, I don't want to speak prematurely and might be able to dive into this and get you some good news soon, but I just want some time to visit it.
No, I understand that. I appreciate that. Like, and this is something you know, that we brought forth last year in 2025 around the same time. So it's not necessarily anything new, but definitely just trying to make sure that we're just being progressive with it.
I don't remember it from last year, but a year ago, a lot happens. But when we bring stuff, like, help us stay on it or help us come up with a plan. I think lately we've been doing that, sticking us to a plan. So if you would give us to the next special call meeting to kind of look into some things. Is there action or anything for that, council? No?
What I would like to do is go ahead and move forward with the RFP process. I mean, even if we wanted to include those other parts as far as the master plan, like, I would like to go ahead and get that moved.
I mean, we can do that, but again, y'all, that's gonna be 30 or 60 days. I mean, we can keep adding stuff like do this RFP, do this RFP. I mean, y'all wanna add it? I mean, if y'all vote on it and add it, then they'll have no choice but to do it. So, but we said we don't have to have a motion. What? Yeah, help me out, please. I'm trying to. I'm kind of like show some work now, folks. Throw it in.
I think, are you okay with the RFP process happening, but then not just at a later date? Because right now there's a lot going on. As long as the park is able, the priority being the park getting open, it's to be utilized by community members, and then moving on to the RFP once staff kind of has a little bit of more time on their plate, because we already have funding for the other parks, so the RFP is gonna happen, I believe, for the other parks anyway, but just to give staff a second, and then that allows them to focus on getting it open. I guess I'm trying to see which is the most important, what's the priority for you? What's the first priority for you?
Yeah, I guess I want to know from this proposal that we have, with the information that we have in front of us right now, what more does staff need to move forward with anything?
Time.
Time.
I think that's what it is. I don't think they're asking you for any more information. I think time is the request.
No, and I think time and determining I think from us, just the scope, because we have funding for another part in the pipeline, let's add that to it, or if you do it in order, there is no funding for this right now. There is no funding. I don't think it can be added to the last SPLOST, although we did add that kind of broadly. It might be able to be in our next SPLOST, but if we put it in order of where we see funding coming from and needing to do something like that, because once that funding comes available, we're gonna have to spend it quickly. So we need to have our ducks in a row and have everything in there. So if we were to do an RFP, I would just ask that we do it for both, and put like a October deadline on it.
I'm with for both.
I'm sorry.
I said I'm with for both.
I'm sorry, you with a vote?
He's in agreement with what you just said.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so we will determine a timeline for RFPs. We like to close out one, and that one's not gonna be closed out until the middle of August. So are y'all okay with that? Okay. Y'all like timelines, so y'all putting the time on this, or? No, we're not. Okay. All right. All righty. Next on the agenda.
Letter O, council to discuss opportunities for the city of Jonesboro to strengthen its partnership with Arts Clayton and explore ways to support, expand, and promote Mardi Gras and other arts and cultural programming that enhances community engagement, tourism, and economic development.
She left some notes for me. Do you mind if I start, Councilman Dixon?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So Casey had to leave out. So she said the recommendation sponsorship letter for us would be $5,500 for the year. We've already partnered at over $1,500 for tents and partners for the market. It's $1,200 for a table at Mardi Gras. And of course, they love to have us there. And we're still working together for the Christmas parade. If at least half could be dollars and the second half be in kind, I'll definitely work with y'all. I want the city to be on board in the front of the gallery. So in the past, we've done some in kind. We have 2 interns that'll be spending 2 days, so am I saying right? Both interns will be spending 2 days with Arts Clayton, so we could count that as in kind. We purchased some tents, the white tents that they use, and that way they store them, but we also have access to use them, and we've used them at our events, and we did return them back to them. Yes, so those are some of the partnerships that she's saying. So I do need to ask her if the 5,500 includes a table at Artie Carrad. That's the only thing I did not ask her, but they're asking for a sponsorship of 5,500. We can I can ask her what we can do for the remainder of the year, and we can add the full amount of 5,500 as far as dollars for next year. That would be my recommendation, that we fully fund in regard to the actual dollars, and then continue our in-kind services throughout the year as appropriate and as reasonable. And then ask her what can be prorated for the remainder of the year. Would love for all of us to attend Artie Carrad. I think a couple of us attended last year. We had a great time. So, Councilman Dixon.
That sums it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, council, I can get with Casey to ask her what a prorated amount would be for the rest of the year, and if that would include a table for Artie Carrad, then I'll get with the legal counsel to make sure this follows all of our gratuitous. I believe it does. And then put into the budget 5,500 next year so we can be a title sponsor for the full year. Sounds good? Did I miss
Sounds good to
anything?
me.
Okay, thank you all. And we'll be sending out an email in regard to Artie Carrad, everybody that wants to go.
Letter P, council to consider approval of the Jonesboro Safe Home Initiative Pilot Program resolution and authorize the Jonesboro Police Department to administer the program utilizing community outreach funds in the amount not to exceed $3,000.
So I had a few questions about this as far as legality and gift purchases and things like that. I don't know who wants to start this off, and then Attorney Wiley, we had some very brief discussions on it. Who wants to kick it off?
Mayor?
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted to go on with your questions first, but I did send you, Councilman Dixon, an email with all the different things that I was kind of looking for. I don't know if you got a chance to update your, initiative, program documentation based off of that or not. But if not, I want to discuss those things. But I'll, let Mayor go first with this stuff.
Well, I didn't have any questions. I know there was just some talk, so I don't know if there's a presentation or some groundwork that we can start off with. Councilman Dixon?
Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Kearney. Chief Cato, our intern, Kennedy, we all worked hard on this initiative together to try to see it through. Appreciate the feedback over the past week or two. Definitely appreciate the questions that have come through from Chief and the different council members here. I had a chance to address those things, and I'll put them actually in an email here. But as far as like a lot of the the privacy and the data retentions, they will all fall under the same guidelines as like the new program Clayton County has, the Logan's list. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Logan's Law, yeah.
Logan's Law, excuse me. Yeah, Logan's Law. So as far as like the privacy and data, pretty much the same standards. Let me see. The information is securely stored within the 911 departments. Access will be limited to emergency personnel only. Retention, the retention schedules, they already exist within the Logan's Law program. You all have seen the applications. You've seen the the framework of the selection process. So yeah, definitely I appreciate the questions. Did anyone have any further questions?
I have a few.
Yeah, okay.
My bad. I just want to make sure. So you answered the ones from number one. I just want to make sure. So, thanks. Attorney Wiley, I just want to make sure, have you reviewed all of this information, the privacy provisions, and any acknowledgement or waiver participants will sign? I'm just wondering.
Yes, ma'am. I did review it, and I have reviewed it. I think there probably needs to be some more. I know this is for discussion. I wanted to get the benefit of your all's thoughts. And there probably needs to be a little more tightening up on some of the language and some of those things, but depending on the will of the body, I want to see where you all want to go and if you want to move forward with making those more substantive additions to what's been here. They've really done a good job putting forth a lot of this, but there's still some things that I'm concerned about. And I think I mentioned that open records and having the access to the information, whether it's confidential or not, I think there's limited protection for that. And other than that, I think there's some operational concerns that probably better suited for the city manager and the police chief to work out. And certainly I'm happy to work with them to iron out any legal implications from those operational concerns. But if this is the will of the body, we certainly will move forward with getting all of that done.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and specifically with that liability information, you know, receipt of a device doesn't guarantee their safety. The city isn't responsible for, you know, certain things, be it installation, of course. And maybe this is me just making these assumptions just in case somebody asks these questions and it's like, well, it's not, you know, in the paperwork that you won't, so will you, you know, type thing. And the city's not liable if an emergency, of course, still occurs. And I know we probably assume, of course, that that's the case, but spelling it out, I don't know if that would be unnecessary or if it is necessary. And then going on to the smart doorbells portion, we don't buy those, right? The citizens buy those? No?
We buy, I think that.
Right.
We buy them? Okay, all right. But they still install them. And then, so do we own those? Like, do we get those back or those are just
No,
gone forever?
those-
No, be theirs.
Okay, they're theirs. Okay. And we don't provide anything that it runs off of either, right? Like, be it Wi-Fi subscription, nothing. Okay, good. They
Or
pay
even
for
their
ours.
subscription. But you talk about like a Ring subscription?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Okay. And if they have technical support, they just go through Ring, all that, right?
Mhm.
Of course. All right. And then we don't have anything to do with any type of warranties. Like once we give it out, like it is what it is. Okay.
We would definitely need, Councilwoman Kearney, you raised very good issues on disclaimers and a number of things, so we won't create. So law enforcement does not have a special duty to owe to any citizen. We have a general duty of protection. And so what we would be looking at is how do we ensure that we are not increasing or giving the impression that we're increasing and creating a special duty above and beyond what the general duty that we provide to citizens at large. And so that's the type of thing that I would look at working with city manager and chief on the operational standpoint. Then I would just insert and make certain that we stay within those parameters, that we aren't taking on additional liability and obligations inadvertently while doing a great thing like this program is intended to do.
Okay, thank you. And then just to make sure we're following our procurement policy, because I know we have to have like 3 different, you know, things usually for it. But I know this goes specifically with Ring, and I know there's a different doorbells that people can have. Are we good with still just moving forward with only Ring, or will we be going against our policy by not looking at 3 different quotes?
I think the total amount was 3,000, so that's in a part of our procurement that doesn't require it. But I was, when you finish, well, I can address it later, but I was also gonna look at vendors. Like we work closely with Axon, and they have some partnerships, so there may be an opportunity to get, I don't think we have to go with Ring. There's also Google Camp there, so we have a partnership with Lowe's that's on the business council for one of the organizations that I'm in. So I think once we okay it, I was gonna reach out to them to see.
Okay.
But I think with him only asking for 3,000, it doesn't require that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then my last question, hopefully you'll entertain this, Councilman Dixon, as well as, you know, Mayor and Council. But currently the application, unless you make this change, says driver's license / state ID or a utility bill or lease agreement. So I wanted to know, would you consider allowing people that just have voter registration or vehicle registration or any other official mail to be an acceptable proof of residency if they don't have a utility bill or lease agreement? Because there might be some people that just live with someone and might not be able to produce those type of things. So I want to know if that was okay.
originally, like I said, I'm all for that, type of stuff. But as we, knock on these doors and stuff, there's some people that don't vote for, religious reasons and, just things like that. So I wouldn't want to exclude them from being able to participate in the program just because, they don't exercise that part of their civic duty.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not
Oh.
only, I'm asking, can we add those things just in case there's a person
Oh,
who
yeah. So-
doesn't meet the requirements that we already, currently have, be it,
So if they don't
the
have a driver's
utility-
license,
Yeah, like if they don't have a
bill.
utility bill or an acceptable proof of residency, like the lease agreement, because maybe they just live with somebody and they don't have either one of those things. Can they just provide voter registration or vehicle registration that, they live within the city?
Definitely. So open it up.
Yeah, open it up.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
To allow other required residency
Yeah, that I
verifications.
think could meet the requirements.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Mayor?
Okay, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Will you finish? Attorney, not Attorney Kearney, Councilwoman Kearney. So the questions I had were, one, in the past when we've had funding, like with CDBG renovations, it's been required for either the rental person that's on the lease or the actual home owner. Would we require something to that effect? Because even if you're living there, then I feel like the homeowner, because the ring is affixing to the house. So I would want it to be either a renter that name is on the rental lease or the homeowner, unless it's a situation. We run into these where they're living in the property, but their utility is in their name. That was one. The other component that I felt like was missing was, this is a great opportunity for some in-person education. And we've done that, and it's proved to be very successful. Like with the Will and Trust, people came out, they had an informative evening, and then for those that came and participated, we drew information. And also, once we give them the device, are we going back to make sure that it's installed? Like, I mean, these aren't cheap devices. So if we're going to give something, is there something that we can include that would require us to be able to go back and inspect the product that was given? Now, I'm not talking about the doorknobs, but I think for these smart doorbell cameras, because some of them might already have them, and then give them to a friend or something. Just my thought.
Gotcha.
Anybody else got any thoughts on that? Councilwoman Fox?
So, Councilman Dixon, I know the administrative side, CM and Chief, have you spoken to them? Have they taken a look at this program? And if
Yeah.
so, what has been their input?
It was more so in regards to, if I can go back to Chief's email, but just more so in regards to some of the questions that Councilwoman Kearney had.
Who sets that up, though?
Sets what up?
Who, like the question he has, who sets up the framework for that?
The framework for, I'm sorry.
What are some of the questions he had?
Who?
Councilman
Chief.
Kearney.
Oh, the chief had for Chief
For
right there.
Dixon.
Yeah, so I had questions for, obviously there's valid concerns that Councilwoman Kearney brought up. Number one, when we first started talking about it, we discussed funding sources. We had initial discussions about grant funding, donations, similar resources. So I asked, are there any additional funding sources to be being considered? And then program administration, which was in that draft that he sent us, and said that I would draft a final report for that. However, I haven't been told what that final report would look like, or what the meat and potatoes need to be in that report, right? Because I'm not involved in the process of coming up with the idea. I need to know that. And then the application review and selection process. I had in there, that verify their identity at the time of pickup, but considerations be given to audits, follow-up verification, or other accountability measures. If no controls are currently planned, do you believe additional oversight is necessary to help ensure the integrity of the intended purpose of the program? Because to Mayor's point, you may give them an item. May give them an item, such as a Ring doorbell camera, but what guarantees that they installed it on the property?
Mm-hmm.
So if they're picking it up here, then we wouldn't know that they have it installed at their house. We just know that we gave it to them. Those are just some of the concerns that I listed.
So
I did communicate about the driver's license and utility bill and things like that, because like your registration and driver's license in our line of business, you're supposed to have them changed, but oftentimes people don't. So you don't know if they're the actual resident unless they have a utility bill or a lease or something to go along with that anyway.
Okay. So my question is, who, thank you, Chief, I appreciate it. That's what I needed to hear. So who's setting up that framework? Councilman Dixon?
So the as far as the framework goes, I mean, it's listed right here in the packet. As far as like you're asking who's going to administer the program?
I guess he asked some valid questions, right? So are the questions that Chief has, have they been answered?
Yes, they have been answered.
Okay, got you.
And I'll forward you the email that I received today.
Okay.
And so, Councilwoman Fox, I think what the answer truly is it will be staff working in conjunction with the council member that has the initiative.
Okay.
And what we would do is we would just, kind of take in direction and input from everybody and then sit down and just refine it. Then we would send it through the mayor and then into legal and then come back to y'all and then come back and refine it again. One of these kind of programs, these visionary programs, are going to take some time to build out the framework for, and our job is to kind of build that bridge that's going to cross between the visioning and then the actual execution of it. So it's going to be a group effort, but it will be driven by staff with the assistance of the council member.
Thank you. I think you were in my head. That's what I needed to hear, because we're not professionals. We are legislation, so I have no idea about privacy. We have professionals who understands, that. So I think that's what I need, like, how is that framework being built? So thank you for restating that and reassuring that, because we have these visions and we rely on you all to let us know and help us to refine how we can bring that to life. Like, I have clients who tell me they might want a zoo in their backyard. It is my job that's extreme, but it's my job to let them know, hey, this is what's possible with your backyard. You know what I mean? So I was wondering whether or not we're bridging the gap to that, or y'all just letting us imagine and put it out there and say, hey, y'all figure it out.
I appreciate that. My only question is, not question, and we can entertain this other one. And maybe because I have to get my home certified, I did have some concerns about the doorknob covers for external doors. So when you're doing like a home safety study by the state, you're not allowed to put those on exterior doors because of fire and things like that, and kids can't self-evacuate. So it's just a lot of some liability concerns in here. I would almost rather invest in more doorbell cameras and not the knobs that, again, 2 years ago, I never had conversation about liability. Everything is liability now. But those are not made for exterior doors for a child that may have to self-evacuate.
Gotcha. And I understand that too. I guess maybe the doorknobs was just maybe just a response to what could have saved a child's life a month ago. It would have been the doorknob. So that's why I just, made it.
And that's why I think the education important. What would have you talking about the child that we lost on Webb Road?
Yep.
I think what would have saved that child's life was some parent education for those that are seeing the child. And so to provide something without providing the proper education, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's two hands, it's hands in hand. So that's why I felt like what's missing from this is an education component about safety that I would like to incorporate it for those that don't get the ring or don't have children, Oh, but did you have a question?
Yes, I just would like to say, I
Freedom of speech.
Where the child was at, I did have the spinny door plastic cover, and he was able to defeat that.
Yeah, and so, yeah, they're not.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and so not using that, but just do a little bit more reading in on just what's considered that. Like I said, I would almost rather invest in they have the other things that are, their door rings, which means the minute the door is ajar, it rings. It doesn't have to be set up to an alarm system, but the minute it opens, it ding, ding, ding. So things like that, I feel like are more helpful that don't impede with a emergency evacuation. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think this was wonderful discussion. I know we're here late, but I think that's doing the work. But y'all answered most of my questions. Councilman Dixon, you spoke to me about something that you gleaned from another municipality about a light bulb, a certain color light bulb that a person can turn on, that allows the responders to know that there's a person with unique abilities or a unique situation inside the home. I don't know if that's something we want to entertain, to put in here since we're rethinking the covers. In addition to the notification, I think that's a great idea as well. But I think that just, automatically lets someone kind of know what they're walking up to. I talked about several different members of the community that might benefit from something like that. Being that I have a mother that has a unique abilities, but these particular things wouldn't be what makes her home safe.
Right.
And so, just thinking a little bit outside of that. And as far as the subscription clarity, I think we really should make sure that that's understood or decide if we're going to put that in if the people can't afford it, because what's the point of having it if you can't record? I'm new to Ring, and once my subscription went up, someone set it up for me, so I had to go figure out how to go and do the subscription and all of that. And I can't imagine tasking my mother or certain demographic, certain people with that. So I think having the idea of some type of training or a person to go set it up with them to help them, or putting out on an application, will you need assistance setting this up, is something that I would add in there. I would like to know as far as who's the review committee composed of. I understand city manager is saying that that's something internally, but is that something you only want to be staff? Is it staff and a community member?
What would y'all like for it to be? What would y'all like for it to look like?
I don't have a problem with council being a part of it. I just think if we do that, then we just need to build in what that looks like when a council seat is vacant. I'm all on board for it, but I don't want to sign up for something that I can't control what the voters gonna do, right? And so I think I would just like to have some answers or some options of what the committee, what your vision was for the committee. And I think that'll kind of play into who reviews can help with the reviewing of the application. And then just like particulars on a frequently asked question sheet that you sent out, who is eligible to apply. It said people who live in Jonesboro. I could foresee that being an issue if we're trying to just change the verbiage to city of Jonesboro, just so people can, so we can avoid certain things. Yeah, that's it. So entertain a light bulb. I like the idea about the education for safety in general for people with unique abilities, just different ways that they can ensure safety for the people that they are taking care of. And seeing if we can add some type of training or setup for those who might need help setting up the camera so that it's truly beneficial for them. That's it, Mayor.
Hearts, mind clear? All right, next on the agenda.
Council to consider approval of safety lighting for Lee Street Park provided by Georgia Power.
So Mayor and Council, this is spending that we have identified could be covered by the OPB grant. This has several lighting improvements that take place at Lee Street Park, including within the park itself and then also within the basketball courts. Chief, is there anything else that you want to add?
No, we got Miss Adeboye.
Miss Adeboye is looking over the quotes that I sent her from BBH and Georgia Power. I think we're leaning towards going with Georgia Power, most specifically because BBH was a good deal higher than Georgia Power was. But she still wants to secure that third quote. So she sent me an email. She's got a list of vendors she's reaching out to.
Okay. And the good part about it being with Georgia Power is it is through the cooperative agreement, and they would do the install, and then we come back and have a prepayment, or I'm sorry. And then have turnkey purchase of the lighting fixtures.
Mayor?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Two questions. Did you just wanted to present to us the Georgia Power one, right? Not the other one you just mentioned, the BB-8? We don't have that here. Were we only supposed to see the Georgia Power one?
Yes, BBH sent one that's almost double.
Okay.
So I can send that to you. if
No,
you
I
like.
just wanted to make sure that it wasn't something we were supposed to include. If this is what your preference is, I just want to ensure that we weren't missing a document. And then I think my question I had noted for this is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the warranty was only like 12 months, or the maintenance plan, something like that. Is there any way that we can ask for that to be extended within this for covering it? Because I know sometimes we run into issues where we wish we had a longer warranty policy or a maintenance plan in place. And so is there any way we can build that into this before we approve it, since we're needing to spend extra money anyway?
I think the Georgia Power one has it for that graduated one, because they could, if we do it to them, don't they always cover it? One of them was that, it was a little bit more, but it included them always covering it if the lights go out. It's like a maintenance plan.
So I think that's the two poles that we'll be adding in the park, because the lights around the park are under Georgia Power currently.
No, I'm saying at the basketball court, there was an original plan, but we can follow back up. with
Yeah,
it.
I can follow up with Joe to figure out if there's an extension for warranty.
Yeah, so
or
it wasn't,
anything that can be offered.
it wasn't a need to have an extended one, but if we go through them, they cover it for the life of the things, like the bulbs and the changing and things like that.
On
Maybe,
both sets of lights.
well, I don't know about that. I just know when I talked about the basketball court.
Okay, I was gonna say, I know I saw something that said a maintenance plans on one of them, but I just didn't know if it were on all of them. And I'm just figuring if we're gonna, ask for 100 and something thousand, we might as well add a couple thousand and get a maintenance plan. in
We
there if
would
can.
have to go back and talk to Georgia Power, because it does have the bottom of page 468 says the turnkey purchase options will include a 12-month warranty of the newly installed components for material and workmanship, but will not include any future maintenance. So we would have to go back and ask for a separate maintenance agreement. However, I'm with you. That's one of those things, that's an investment.
And then I guess one last question. I know it said that they're giving us a bunch of new stuff, but all the old stuff is still on us. Excuse me, it's late. Have we ensured that our existing electrical things can hold what we're adding? Because again, this is the stuff that's already in place is on us to maintain. And so can our grid, can we hold what we're asking to put in place?
So it looks like it, if you look at both of the scopes of work, it says install new lighting contacts, breakers, key operated on-offs, as well as new underground conductor. So they are upgrading the grid that it all attaches to, and it's just a matter of how much power they're pulling through it. And plus, with these being LED lights, they're not going to pull as much current as the old incandescents or halogens would.
Okay, so we don't need to pay anybody to go and check and just make sure we're sure.
Hopefully not.
That's part of the reason why we chose Georgia Power, because they initially installed the power out there
Okay.
several years ago when they revamped those lights. They just fixed our existing fixtures and made sure the wiring and everything was good. And like I said, with the LEDs, it should improve the draw. It won't increase it.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you all. So is there a motion that you want to move it to the consent agenda? Are y'all okay moving to the consent?
Consent for me.
It's consent for everybody. Thank you so very much. Next on the, okay.
Letter R.
I'm
Council-
sorry, Madam Clerk, would you like me to do a motion? Okay. Can we do a motion for a 5-minute recess, please? It was requested. I'm just a messenger.
We got 2 minutes, 2 more.
Okay, all right. Well, disregard that, Madam.
Huh? Restroom? All right, okay, let's let her use the restroom.
All right.
Okay, we'll make a motion, I'll entertain a motion to go to executive session for 5 minutes.
What?
No, recess, y'all, recess. I do want to go to executive session for 5 minutes, but I'll entertain a motion to go into recess for 5 minutes. I'm not moving, so I'll be right here
So made.
in 5 minutes.
It's 10:08, 5 minutes.
So made.
Second.
All right, it's been 5 minutes.
I entertain a motion to go back into regular session.
So made.
All righty, did you get all of that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are back in regular session, council. Next on the agenda.
Letter R, council to consider establishing the City of Jonesboro Office of Community Life.
So Mayor and Council, this was a proposition brought forth by Councilman A. Dixon. It speaks to the City of Jonesboro creating a recreation and community development department called the Office of Community Life. This is just for conversations to see council's desire and some of the programs we want to add. Councilman Dixon has provided a budget and a allocation for $95,000 for next year's budget, and just look forward to the conversation that such a proposal will generate.
And council, I would ask that, thank you, Councilman Dixon, for this. If you all see that added to the org chart, I think one question was, why was it up under the mayor? It doesn't have to be, but because most of the initiatives that come typically filter out my office is why I had it there. That was the only reason, because I didn't know where else it could go, but it can go wherever y'all wanted to put it on there. And I do feel like when we have our budget retreat that's coming up, this would be good to place that on the overall thing. And I did have some more updated sidebar.
Okay.
Updated.
Mayor, I have a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
So wouldn't that be, I'm sorry, it's late, y'all, so my brain is slowing all the way down. Recreation, Parks and Recreation, isn't that like somewhat a duplication of that?
So I thought the community life encompassed recreation, but I want to be very careful with the terminology of parks and recreation. Yeah, but
That's
parks
what
and
I'm saying.
recreation.
Yeah, so Public Works, that doesn't fall under, number one, does that fall, could that fall under Public Works? And number two, do they have the capacity to do that?
No, I think, let's get confused. When we're saying parks and recs, we're talking about programming, recreational programming, not park maintenance. So that's two
So we
different
don't
things.
have that.
Park maintenance is up under our public works, that's cutting grass and facilities. I think what we were talking about, parks and recreation, was programming at the, not, yeah, just parks and rec. You know, when your children grew up, they went to parks and rec?
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't, currently, as a city, we do not have that.
No, we do not have a parks and rec department.
Got you.
And the programming distinction is very important because we have the facilities, we have the spaces, but what we don't have is one person or one department to organize all of those activities. And what this provides a framework for is the administrative build out, for lack of a better word, of recreation and activities. Sometimes they're in our parks, sometimes they will be in other places, but this is just to build out the framework for those kind of activities.
And the reason why I said like the mayor's department, because the events and typically has in the past fallen up under me, and so many of the things here, even when we were doing like the Halloween in the park, we did it with the police department, but it kind of was like organized through the office of the mayor. Because if it's a manager's position, then there has to be oversight, and we can put it up under the city manager, but that's a lot. And I don't think it would go well under community development. It wouldn't go well up under any other place. Unless we created a community life department and made it a director and put positions up under it. I'm sorry.
Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like it might need to go up underneath community development manager.
Agreed.
Well, I don't think, so my only hesitancy behind that, where everything is up under community development, that is very zoning, permitting, development. Not, to me, this is a whole different wing.
But what about I guess what I'm thinking about is Mayor, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
the economic development manager type of role. I don't know if it even, to me, seems like it could fall underneath that because it's more, to me,
I feel like, yeah, I mean, we can, I feel like when you look at other cities, this role as it's described and what I think the premise was, is where our constituent aides would go.
well,
could-
would they be their own
community-
separate department in general then? Like under city manager then?
I mean, well, I mean, we
Okay.
could, I mean, like even putting it up on the city manager, ultimately is up under the office of the mayor. I was just thinking as far as like most of, how can I say it? Adding this to the workload of a city manager, I think would be a lot. But would you, I mean, I don't know. We haven't talked about it as an entirety. I'm talking about
Yeah.
having to manage this, which is why most of our events have not come up under the city manager's office. It has come up under, I'm sorry. I mean,
One of the things that we were kind of sidebarring over here is in order to start it off as just a pilot or an initiative, run it through the mayor's office for maybe the first year, figure out a couple of things to start, and then when you start adding employees, a full-time, a couple of part-times, then spin it out under administration, because then it just becomes another department like community development, public works, PD, and then it has its own budget, goals, activities that are independent, but yet are supported by the mayor's office and then, of course, administration.
But and also, I know, I think it was Councilwoman Fox that mentioned about Main Street. We have so many irons in the fire as far as what we want our final layout to be. Are we separating Main Street from DDA because Main Street would fit well in this position once it's separated, because so much of it, when you take your Main Street class, fits up under those things. They could be, and it goes back to one of the things that I desired was for us to move up in our Main Street certification, which would require a dedicated person of 50 to 75% or something like that. So this position could answer that as well. But like I said, we got so many loose things. Like, are we still talking about pulling Main Street out of DDA and having a separate one right now? Faith has finished her classes. She's gotten us all caught up on all of our Main Street reporting. But we also realized that it would not live there forever. But I'm open. Yes.
Okay, so I have a few things on this one. First of all, Councilman Dixon, thank you so much for bringing this framework to light. I think we all have spoken about this in various ways. I've spoken to city manager about this. I want to see more things. I think even when I was campaigning, I talked to the mayor about wanting to do a summer camp. And so I'm so glad that this is brought to the forefront. I do agree, and I think I brought up the Main Street part before.
Okay.
I brought this up because I was sitting in GMA, and I'm trying to remember the particular class, but it was the DDA class, it was, right? And it was a Main Street manager in there, and she was basically kind of speaking about how well she's able to do her job because it is kind of streamlined, whereas before we've had people who are doing other things, economic development, doing that, but because that's all she had to focus on, she was kind of able to take the visions and things like that. So I think that that role would even suit well with the part-time position, even if it's not the main person's position. I also wanted to include Jonesboro Middle School. I know you spoke about Jonesboro High School and things like that for basketball, things like that, but I want us to utilize Jonesboro Middle School as well and consider them for partnerships, and just to ensure that we're not just, skipping that middle school age group of students, and also leaning into the fact that Jonesboro Middle School can benefit a lot from partnership with us as a city, just by the demographics of the students that they have, the transient students that they have at that school. I just want to ensure that we are guiding our focus toward the schools that need us. Not that Jonesboro High School doesn't, but I think a partnership with Jonesboro Middle School would be something to include in there. I love the tentative schedule and recreational rollout. I would love for us to sit down and council to be able to collaborate so that we can all add the ideas on that. similar to the language of the fees and the fee schedule. I would love for council to be able to have an open discussion about that. The seasonal employment, I did have a question about where the funding was supposed to come from for that. Is that just from the fees that we attain? And if so, then is that something that needs to be rolled out the next year once we have enough fees to pay for that? And I'm asking because I know we had ran into some issues with paying for employment for the youth when we were thinking about doing the summers program. And so I just want to know if funding, where the funding is coming from for that, and if, leading into my final question about this, if the budget should be increased to include that. I think the budget is modest, and I appreciate the modesty in the budget for 2 positions and all of the things. But in the sense of, if we're gonna do it, let's do it. Does it need to be increased to ensure that we can include that, or do we want to cut seasonal employment from the first year? But I think if we're gonna put it in there, then we need to make sure that we can adequately fund it. So those would be my questions and tidbits and things. I can't, no, but that's it for me.
Also, I was looking here when it says teams. Like, I also want to think about, does this require future facilities? The construction of facilities.
Gotcha. So, and great conversation again. So the idea behind the Office of Community Life isn't necessarily to build more buildings, more so it's to build partnerships. I had some great dialogue with Taylor today, and I would love it if she could come forward and just kind of break down what the progression looks like for the first few
Good
years.
evening, Mayor and Council. So I was able to speak with Councilman Dixon regarding the Community Life Project, and I think personally that it's amazing. But just to kind of clarify some of Councilman Miller's questions, regarding the budget, we were trying to be modest the first year because we were trying, be with the city. And like Councilman Dixon stated, it's about the partnership. So what we want to do is utilize the facilities that we already have and then kind of just get those communities here in the city. I remember when I first started here, Clayton County, they had their summer concert series here, and it was for 4 weeks. And a lot of times people ask, like on our socials, they're like, when you guys have the concert series? Of course, it's not within our budget, but if we had someone to actually connect with those partnerships and look for it, instead of just the partnerships coming to us, that's more so what this is about. Our second year, we'd probably ask for a few more fundings as we have on page 2, just because we want to, once we get those partnerships, to be able not to just facilitate them with what we have, but also to financially add and give them something too, and then to encourage those programs. I know Councilman Dixon, with the sports teams, he has a whole nother really amazing vision in terms of teams utilizing the facilities we have, like the tennis courts, the basketball courts, possibly using one of our fields as a soccer field and having people rent it out, so therefore we get more revenue, but that be more so in the third year of this project. And I think also it fills kind of the gap that a lot of people have mentioned here today, like our connection with Arts Clayton. Arts Clayton hosts a lot of events, and we really just aren't aware of them, because we're not partnering with them. We're just like, hey, like hey, can we get money? Can you guys get money? Can we utilize things? And this kind of forges that gap of things that we have already in our community and encourage people to actually use our facilities and know, oh, why don't we do this in Jonesboro? They have that community. All you have to do is speak with, this person. We even got an email because I spoke with a lady with one of the chapels, and she was like, hey, we just want to get on your calendar. She was like, we already checked with you guys. We see you don't have an event on this day. Can we get on your calendar? And I was like, what calendar? You know what I mean? Like, you guys can have your event, but she was like, oh, can you advertise it? And of course, we have our system of processes where we get permission for advertisements, but we do get a lot of asks for things like that. And it's difficult because as a city, we advertise things. If there's, that liability issue, like we advertise that something goes wrong and it's not city, focused or city center. But if we actually hosted more events and things like that, then we can make sure we have our set of rules or responsibilities and requirements events when partnering with the city. You know, we have a lot of things like even like with Move with the Mayor, we've had some really great events where, you know, of course we did our sports thing with Jonesboro versus Stockbridge, but Mayor Saturday, you also did an event on a Saturday where it was like stretching and Zumba and things like that, and talking with Councilman Dixon, like that was very inexpensive. I think they charged like maybe like $100 an hour. So instead of having it like for one day where you're doing one thing after another, you can do that every Saturday for 2 months or something like that. And we, you know, we looked at fees for DJs, but our little Vivo, our little speaker system, can get to bumping, yes, as we saw on our America 250 event. So this really just kind of provides a space for the city to kind of take charge of those partnerships and those relationships that we really already have, but we just don't typically utilize, you know? So it just kind of fills the gap of, you know, the city with the community and actually having something where we can go out and be like, hey, I know you guys hosted this. We're thinking of partnering and doing this and things like that. So I know also in the first and second year, we'd be looking for grants as well to help support. Even recently, Arts Clayton, they literally just emailed us and they were like, hey guys, we have $2,500 for cities in Clayton County. And we're like, oh, thank you, you know? So little things like that, you know, these programs, you know, there is money out there for them. So we want to move from using the city's money, but the first 2 years would be heavily on the city. And then after that, we'd hope through the revenues of like the programs and the athletic programs, which I didn't even know. I think the coach today, like there's Clayton County sports. Like I didn't know he said like the Clayton Trojans and stuff like that. So I know Councilman Dixon has a little more information about that, but those programs generate a lot of money, whether through funding of like camps or anything like that, or just use the usage of facilities. And even if we were to do like camps the first 2 years or something like that, just to get the money off of us, what we could do is like, hey, this is our first year, you guys can utilize our facilities. And that would generate the interest in the community without them spending so much, you know, and things like that. So I think that was kind of the thought a little bit with community life.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Taylor.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
No questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the
Letters S,
Oh, this
council
is,
to discuss.
I got a quick question real quick. Are we
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
let
ahead.
me see. I know this was, you know, just for discussion only. I know that we'll be talking about it as we go into our retreats and our budget season and stuff like that. But if you all had any additions or subtractions or thoughts that we needed to implement, can y'all just send that in the email for us?
I think what would be helpful, and I know you probably just go to AI for it, but I think a job description for, I know Councilwoman Fox has asked for that, and I think if we can get a job description of the key position for this one, the community life manager. Did you send that? I don't,
Job description, it should be, it's in the packet.
this packet right here?
Page
Huh?
Or if you can look at page 478.
Mayor.
Oh, thanks.
You're probably gonna say what I'm gonna say, so go ahead.
Yeah, Councilwoman Kearney?
So I just want to make sure when it comes to how this organizational chart is laid out, and I might be getting a little bit too granular here. If that's a word. But I see us off to the side, city council. I don't know if maybe it'd be better if it was more of a dash line between us and the mayor's office, as well as, of course, I don't know if we brought up to you, Cole, but like providing us even if it's a part-time, like executive assistant as well, but, and maybe even putting us as a dash line to you city manager. I don't know how that would work, and maybe the department heads, but yeah, just thinking about that for the future.
And that might be graphical. We were
Okay.
kind of struggling with this, so once we lay it all out, we'll go put those. So if it's a lack of a line, we were just trying to get the flow on it. But I did want that. That's one thing I did comment, whether we would do one full-time or two part-time and divide it between the three.
Yeah.
A constituent aid, and that would fall up under, I think it would still fall up under the city manager. It's kind of peculiar with the way it is as the city council being a legislative branch, being able to include it, but it's graphically would represent the right arrows. This was not created with a flow chart format. It was created as graphs. I mean, not graphs, pictures, kind
Okay.
of, but you know how you have the one in Word document, we can just add arms, that's not
Mhm.
how this is.
Okay, gotcha.
So every time I have to add something, or she has to add something, she has to go in and create a box, so it's more like a graphic rather than the flow chart that we're accustomed to using. So once we get it all hammered out, we'll put it in a flow chart format.
Okay, gotcha.
And I think the lateralness of the city council and the office of the mayor has been how previous org charts have been, and we kind of just stayed with that.
Understood. Thank you.
Does that kind of, yeah, so.
Yes, ma'am, that's
I didn't
correct.
realize the dash wasn't there, but, because usually it has public on the top. And then us. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Letter S, council to discuss appointment of Jonesboro representative on Clayton County Land Bank from Faith Akuta to David Allen.
So whoever's the community development director is the Jonesboro representative on the land bank. It's been Faith all this year, and now it's gonna be me if y'all appoint me, so.
Can we move that to the consent agenda? Faith, is that, you okay with that? Okay. So we'll move that to the consent agenda. All right, city manager report. And
City manager update by City Manager Cole.
Mr. Cole, this slipped past me. Are we gonna do them on the work session?
So we had discussed it, but in the interest of time, I've typed out a little thing for everybody if y'all want to just read it as an update.
Okay, and is Attorney Wiley doing the same, and then we'll do presentations the following week?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, y'all okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are y'all good? Okay, I just want to make sure, but moving forward, can that be part of the regular session?
The update or the report?
I think the update and the report, if there's something that's burning that you need to update, but I feel like the updates come throughout the items.
They do.
And then
Yes,
the
ma'am.
report can be on the regular session. Okay, thank you so much. Same for you, Attorney Wiley? All right, at this time, I entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So made.
Second.
Madam Mayor, if you'll state the reason for.
For the
entering
purposes of,
Personnel and
Person-
legal.
what?
Oh, say it all?
Well, who needs to state it? Me?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no.
Well, whoever's making the motion.
Okay, so I had said I entertain a motion. So Councilwoman Fox, I know it's for personnel, I know it's for real estate, and
Wait, it's for real estate?
is it for real estate? Or do we have, do we have the, is it for real estate?
Yes, we
Okay.
for real estate.
Just an update.
I'll be quick.
All right.
I'll be quick.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. What are we doing it for? Personnel for sure. Are we adding
Real
legal
estate.
and real estate?
Just both? Yes.
Okay. Personnel, legal, and real estate.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in executive session.
Thank you to our visitors who came out.
Can you peek through before you leave and just make sure I missed anything?
I'll accept a motion to go back into,
So made.
regular session,
Second.
work session.
Second.
Santia.
Yep.
Okay, back in work session. Are there any items to consider from executive session?
No.
No, ma'am.
Okay, can we, accept the motion to approve the affidavit of minutes
So
Motion.
made.
and minutes?
Second.
Any discussion? Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
So made.
Second.
Any discussion? Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Bye, y'all.